Audible, all good.
Okay. Okay, yes, people. Based on liability, the companies can be classified into three. One is company limited by shares. Next one is companies limited by guarantee, and the third category is unlimited company. Yeah, based on liability, one is company limited by shares. So that means what? Here the liability is only up to the time you repay whatever is the unpaid calls. If the face value is 10 rupees, once I pay the entire 10 rupees, my liability will come to an end. So at times what happens, yesterday we saw an example of Infosys also. There was a partly paid share. We saw one share certificate, if you remember, that was a partly paid, only 5 rupees was paid. If you remember, we saw Makana, what and all they have seen. Okay. But if you remember that share certificates, whenever you get a chance, try to Google that share certificate. That share certificate was a partly paid share certificate. That is, face value was 10 rupees, but the paid up value was only 5 rupees. So what do you mean by company limited by share? If I have purchased 5,000 shares, if the face value, each share is 10 rupees, my liability will be there until I pay the entire 10 rupees for the 5,000 shares. So 5 into 10 rupees, 50,000. Until I pay the 50,000, my liability will be there. Once I pay my 50,000, my liability will come to an end. That is the meaning of company limited by share. That means the liability exists to the extent of unpaid calls if any. And one more thing here, the liability exists to the extent of unpaid calls if any. And the capital will be introduced by the subscribers upon incorporation of the company. So once the company is incorporated, the promoters have to bring in the money. The subscribers have to bring in the money. What about company limited by guarantee? In this case, the members provide guarantee to the company. The members provide guarantee to the company the liability will arise at the time of winding up. That means what? If a company goes into winding up and if the company's funds are not sufficient, that is when the members will be made liable. If at all the company has funds, then the members need not have to pay even 1 rupee from their pocket. So the difference between company limited by share and guarantee is that in a company limited by share, the capital is introduced on the day one. In a company limited by guarantee, the capital, I'll not say capital, whatever is a guaranteed amount, it will be introduced on the need basis. If required, they will give. If not required, they will not give. As simple as that. Correct? Yes? Okay. Unlimited company. Unlimited company is nothing but the liability of the members stands unlimited. The creditors cannot directly sue. The creditors cannot directly sue the subscribers or the shareholders. They have to sue the company, and company in turn collects the liability from its members. So what do I mean by unlimited company? I'm clearly telling that my liability is unlimited. But remember, the banks or the creditors, they cannot directly file a case on the shareholders. There is no relationship between you and the creditor and the shareholders directly. What is the right way? We are unlimited. The shareholders will have to pay money from their personal assets. We will sell all the personal assets we have. We are liable. But remember, you have to first file a case on the company. The company will collect the liabilities respectively from the shareholders. The company will hand it over to the creditors. You cannot have a direct right where the creditors directly file a case against the shareholders. That cannot exist. Remember, here and there, they will ask you a question in the scenario I just said. Can the creditors directly file a case against the shareholders? Not allowed. You have to file it on the company. The company will collect it and distribute it to the creditors. They can ask you a question there. Is this clear? All of you? Simple? Okay. Third one, on the basis of registration. On basis of registration, the companies can be of three types. The first type of company is called as Not required, but somewhere here and there they might have mentioned in your in your book. That's why I'm just writing it. One is called as charter company. What do I mean by charter company, people? Nothing but those companies which are formed by kings and queens. So today's date, such companies do not exist. They existed once upon a time, not today. The best example I can give you is East India Company is a charter company. So once upon a time they existed, they do not exist any longer. So when I'm talking about 19th century, 18th century, we had companies, right? East India companies, we had Portugal companies, we had companies. How did they incorporate? That time we did not have law. So the kings and queens, they had something called as royal charter. They had seals. They used to say from today, it is a company. They will do this business for us. And that's how East India Company came into picture, based upon a royal charter. Today's date, they do not exist. Are you getting the point? So charter companies are nothing but companies formed under a royal charter, or you can also call it as by kings and queens. If you want example is your East India Company, they do not exist as on today. The next type of companies are called as people registered companies. What do I mean by registered companies? Registered companies means nothing but the companies registered under this law or any previous company laws. So registered companies means if at all, as on today, if at all you guys want to get registered under in India, how do I get registered? I have to register under Companies Act 2013. That's the meaning of any companies that is registered under this law. This law here means what, people? I'm talking about Companies Act 2013. That is what today we have it, right? What we have today is Companies Act 2013. But before that, what did we have? We had Companies Act 1956. There are companies registered under them. That act also. They are also companies only. Yes or no? The best example is your Infosys 1981, if I'm not wrong. That is when they got incorporated. So they got incorporated under Companies Act 1956. Tata Steel, they got incorporated under 1913. So they are also companies. We call them as registered companies. What is the difference between registered company and charter? Charter is, I told you, kings and queens. Registered companies is nothing but there is a procedure today. If at all we have to form a company, we have to file an application to the registrar. The registrar will take up our application, and accordingly, if at all everything is proper, the registrar will give us a certificate. That certificate is called as certificate of incorporation, and we will get a name called as registered companies. So today, any company, whether you're public, you're a listed, you're a private company, or OPC, all of you are called as registered companies only. Understanding government companies, everything is called as registered company only. What is the third category of company? The third category of company is called as statutory companies. What do I mean by statutory companies? What is statutory company? Statutory company means the companies online audible ada. Yes, LIC is an example. The companies formed by a special act of parliament or state legislature. Companies which are formed by special act of parliament or state legislature. Any examples? LIC, as you guys rightly said, RBI, SEBI. Sir, first write our company, sir. ICSI, ICAI, IRDA, all these are the examples of statutory companies. What do I mean by statutory company? How did your ICSI come into picture? They did not file an application to ROC and all. They went to Parliament. They passed Company Secretaries Act 1980. In that act, they have said we need one regulator to take care of this entire CS complete as a whole. And based on that, they said we want one person to take care, and they nominated a person. That person was called as ICSI. How do they get the power? They get the power based on the law. So in the act, whatever is written, ICSI gets the power. Such type of companies are called as what? Statutory companies. If center is making the law, we call it as parliament. If state is making the law, we call it as state legislature. In our country, both can make law, right? Center can also make law, state can also make law. So if state is forming or if state is making a company, we call them also statutory. If center is making company, we call them also statutory. So it's clear? Hello, all of you. Okay, next one. What else? Based on listing. Based on listing, the companies can be classified into two. What is that? One is called unlisted company, and the next one is called as one more is called as listed company. Yeah. So what is unlisted? There is nothing to define. But what is listed? Important from exam point of view. Remember and go. So what do I mean by a listed company? Now this is defined in People Section 2, Clause 52. Important from exam point of view. What do I mean by listed company? I'll not be writing anything under listed, unlisted. So you can use that space. So what do I mean by listed company? Listed company means people, nothing but it means a company. It means a company which has any of its securities listed on recognized stock exchange. However, from this list, the following companies are excluded. The following classes of companies shall be excluded from the definition. That means what? Even though they are listed, but still they will not be considered as listed company. We have specifically excluded them. Exam point of view, this concept is important. Remember and go. Here and there, they will keep asking. Yes. So I'll be writing 3. The first one, a public company. Online, you guys are able to copy. A public company A public company which has listed, a company which has listed non-convertible debt securities, non-convertible debt securities, non-convertible debt securities, or non-convertible redeemable preference shares, both issued both issued on a private placement, both issued on a private placement basis, they should have not listed its equity. They should have not listed equity. They should have not listed equity. The second category, the private companies which has listed its non-convertible debt securities, non-convertible debt securities, issued on same thing, issued on private placement basis, The third category, the public companies which have listed its equity shares, on a stock exchange, in a jurisdiction specified under section 23 subsection 3 of Companies Act 2013, but not listed in Not listed, it's equity. In Indian stock exchanges. In Indian stock exchange, we call such companies as what? We are calling them as unlisted companies. They are all not listed companies. Copied? Any doubt? Hello? Okay. So what do I mean by listed company, unlisted company? Unlisted company, once we define listed, you will automatically understand what do I mean by unlisted. So when will we call a company as a listed company? We will call a company as a listed company whenever the definition was simple. What does the definition say? Whenever you list any of your securities on recognized stock exchanges in India, we call such securities as we call such company as a listed company. However, remember, we will be using this word very often in company law. Listed company is used very often in company law. So what did they say? We had to define it even more carefully. So they said, boss, remember, if at all you are listing only equity shares, then Companies Act will apply to you. If you have listed some securities on stock exchange, according to the company law, you will not be considered as listed company. Sir, we didn't understand. On a bare language, people, there are so many instruments, right? One is equity shares, preference shares, debentures, many other instruments. Now, say for example, if a company is going and listing its securities on a recognized stock exchange, what do I mean by recognized stock exchange? In India, we have NSE, BSE. So, if a company is going and listing its securities on a recognized stock exchange, that is NSE or BSE, now, which security I'm talking about? If you're listing your equity shares on NSE or BSE, then people, according to the definition, you will be called as a listed company. That means what? Let us imagine Infosys has listed its equity shares on NSE, BSE. We will consider Infosys as a listed company according to Companies Act 2013. Now, whereas let us imagine there is one more company, XYZ Limited, they have listed their debentures on the NSE or BSE on a stock exchange, not equity. Equity is not listed. They have listed their debentures on the stock exchange. According to Companies Act, we will not consider such securities as a listed company. So for us, that company will not be considered as a listed company. Now try to understand, why are we even figuring out who is listed, who is not listed? Imagine like this, people. Let us imagine if Companies Act is having 470 sections. If you are a listed company, according to the definition, that means public money is enormously involved in your company. So the law cannot be lenient on you. The law will be crazily strict on you. That means what? Let us imagine in Companies Act, if there are 470 sections, the entire 470 sections are applicable to listed companies. I'm just giving you an example. So let us imagine I'm an unlisted company, but I'm just a public company. Let us imagine I'm a public company. In a listed company, there may be 1 lakh shareholders. But in a public company, you will have probably 500, 800, 1000, but you will not have crazy number of shareholders. So when it comes to applicability, all the 470 sections will not apply to them. Maybe somewhere around say 440 sections may apply to a public company. Sir, what about a private company? If you look at it, again people, the number of shareholders are reducing, yes or no? So again people, not all 440 sections will apply to them. Again the law will be lenient on you. Probably somewhere around 420 sections may apply on you. I'm just giving you an example, vague numbers. Sir, what if I'm a small company? That means what? My operations are very small. My capital is small. My turnover is small. Why should I have to undergo the entire 470 sections? What is required? Why is it required? The law says, okay, you follow some 370 sections. So to understand How many rules should I make applicable on you? For that, I need to know which type of company you are. If you are considered as listed company, macha, the entire Companies Act will apply on you. If you are not considered as listed company, you will get a lot of weightage. You will get a lot of exemptions. When what and all I cannot tell you now, but once the chapters start, whenever it comes, you will only understand. Okay, this is what we were talking about. Understood? But you will enjoy some exemptions. So when it comes to private, again you will enjoy exemptions. Why? Now see, here maybe 1 lakh shareholders may be there. Here maybe some 1000 shareholders may be there. Here maximum 200, no? So the money involved is public is not investing at all. It is all your relatives, it is your friends. I don't care even if you do a fraud. Because public is not getting affected. It is you, your circle is getting affected. So the law will be little lenient on you. Small though it is even more bacha. So we need not be very strict on the CS law. Understanding? So to understand this classification, we need to understand what are the different types of companies. Hello? Is this clear? So remember, for a company to be called as a listed company, only one security makes a difference, that is equity. If I have listed some other securities and all, it will make zero difference. If I have listed equity, I will be called as a listed company. Understood all of you? Yes. So regarding this, they have given some in-depth definition. What is that definition? See. What do they say? Sir, so any company which has listed any of its securities on recognized stock exchange, we generally call them as a listed company. However, the following companies are excluded. Who are they? The first category company is called as the public company. The public company is excluded from the definition of listed company when the public company, if they have not listed their equity, but they have listed their non-convertible debentures, or they have listed their non-convertible preference shares. So I have not listed my equity, I have listed my debentures, or I have listed my preference shares. In such cases, people, they are telling you such public companies will not be considered as listed companies. Now, what is this private placement basis and all of that? Wait for a little while, because those things we do not know yet. Probably when I've been telling you, chapter 4, there is a concept called as private placement. We'll be studying in detail. Section 42, it will come. We'll be seeing it. So when that comes, I'll tell you what is private placement. Yes, sir. For now, don't worry about private placement. That one word, leave it. For now, only concentrate on if a company is listing its non-convertible debentures, non-convertible preference shares, you will still not be considered as listed company. But if at all you are listing your equity, or if you are listing your convertible debentures, or if you are listing your convertible preference shares, you will be treated as a listed company. Exemption is only for those people who are listing non-convertible. If you are listing convertible, that means one day or the other, the debenture will get converted to equity. Then you will be covered under the definition of listed company. I am only covering here non-convertible part. Hello? Are you understanding? Yes. The next one, sir, same thing, private company, which has listed its, what people? Which has listed its non-convertible debt securities issued on a private placement basis. Same thing. I cannot list my equity. I cannot list my preference. I cannot list my convertible debt also. If I list all of these things, I'll become a listed company. They're telling you I'm free to only list non-convertible debt alone. So even being a private company, you can go to NSE and you can list your securities. You will still be treated as unlisted company only. The third category, it's a public company which has listed equity only. But where have they listed? They have listed it in a stock exchange which is coming in a jurisdiction as specified under section 23 subsection 3. Now what does that mean? Simple, people. Let us imagine there is Infosys, Let us imagine they are not listed in India, but they went and they listed their securities in New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ. You go and list outside India. You are not listed in Indian Stock Exchange. For my definitions, you are not considered as a listed company. If your equity is listed in my country, you are considered as listed company. If your equity is listed in someone else's country, but not my country, I will not call you as a listed company. So these are the three companies which are excluded from the definition of listed company. Is this clear, all of you? Few words like what is private placement, what is convertible and all, we'll see it little while later. But for now, just try to understand the other parts. Is this clear? Yes, sir. These things and all you will understand more in detail as we go deeper into chapters. Clear? What is private placement? What is this public issue and all? Have a little patience. We'll understand. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Whenever there is a conflict between SEBI and company law, which law will apply? Whenever there is a conflict between SEBI and company law, so whenever you are a listed company, I hope you guys know even the capital market laws will also apply to you. So you need to comply with company law also. You need to comply with capital market also. That is what you guys would have studied, right? In your JIGL. Whenever there are two laws, you have to read both the laws. You cannot exclude any law. Yes, sir? Yes or no? So it is your duty to read both the laws. But whenever there is a conflict, always remember the special law will prevail over the general law. So capital markets is a special law. It is only made for listed companies. So that will prevail over the company law. So in one section I'll be telling you also. I think in section 40 we'll be seeing. Yeah, I'll be telling you there as well. Companies Act says one thing, SEBI says one thing. SEBI only will prevail. I'll tell you when it comes. Yes, sir. So whenever there is a conflict between general law and special law, always a special law will prevail. Clear? Yes? Oh.
Equity shares also can be like in private placement you can do equity shares also, right? Then why is it not included? Equity shares also we can do by private placement. Why is it not included?
The private placement part, I'll tell you that private placement, just that one part, keep it on hold. Yes, sir. Because now it's a very big definition. I have to explain you some 2-3 concepts. For now, it is way too early. I'll explain it to you. Yes, sir. Sir, are non-convertible debenture holders, are they treated as members? No. Whether you are debentures or non-convertible debentures, you cannot be considered as members of the company. Yes. Okay. Right on the next type of company. What else? Based upon the holdings. We have done 3 now. We have done 4. Huh? Okay. Right on the 5th category. Right on the 5th category. Based on control, the companies can be classified into holding company, subsidiary company, and associate companies. A lot of things I'm clubbing between chapter 1 and 2. Yeah. Because all these things come under chapter 2 only. Because anyways we are doing it as an introduction. All basic types of companies, I'm covering everything here only. So there are different types of companies. One is called as holding company, one is called as subsidiary company, one is called as associate company. Now sir, what do I mean by holding company? What do I mean by subsidiary company? What is the relationship between holding and subsidiary? Of course, in some books, they also define it as the parent company and the child company. So what is this holding subsidiary? There is one concept in chapter 2. I am trying to connect that also here itself so that in one place we can do all the introduction part. Who has got the material? They have sent you? Fair enough. Okay. Now see here people. Now we'll be seeing three types of companies, right? One is called as holding company, subsidiary company, associate company. Now what do I mean by holding company? What do you mean by subsidiary company? So first let us understand what do you mean by holding and subsidiary. Now whenever there is one company, let us imagine XYZ Private Limited. Now there is one more company, let us imagine ABC Private Limited. Now let us imagine if ABC Private Limited is having 100 shares. Out of the 100 shares, I'm just giving you one example. If XYZ Private Limited, if they are holding at least how much? If one company is holding how much? Above 50 percentage? Above 50 or 51? Above 50? So what exactly the law says people? More than one half. One half is how much? 50. So when one company is holding more than one half, so can I say 51 percentage here? Yes, need not be 51. The law says more than half. That means what? 50.1 also is more than half only. Are you understanding? Law does not write 51 percentage. Law writes it as more than half. So when one company is controlling more than half, so for our understanding, let us imagine out of ABC Private Limited, if I have 100 shares, if one company is holding 51 shares out of 100, we will call this company as a holding company, this company as a subsidiary company. Hello? Understanding? Yes. So why do we call it as a holding? Why do we call it as a subsidiary? The logic is simple, people. Now let us imagine if this company, the subsidiary company is there, no, they want to do something. They will call all their shareholders for a meeting and we will ask your opinion. For example, I will ask your opinion, all your opinion. People, let's do our classes from tomorrow. Let us do it from the morning. Let us imagine we'll keep it from 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock. How many of you are okay with it? Yes? Now can we do it? No? Yes or no? Now let us imagine people, we will take majority. Now imagine in your class, whatever you guys said, now 70, 80 people. Now if I add all of you, 80 people are there, and if I now I'm confused whether I can do it from the morning or not. Can I do it or not? I'll ask your opinion and imagine if 50 people said yes sir, we are okay with it. 30 people said no sir. India is a country which always goes with majority. Hello? Now people, what are we saying? Now I will say, yes people, you can do it because majority of them approved. So 50 of them approved. In the same way, now let us imagine if ABC Private Limited wants to do something, XYZ is already holding majority. That means what? The rest of the 49 people on the face, I am telling you, you are useless. You are there in the company for formality. You can't do anything in that company. Just for your ego, you are telling yourself as a owner of the company, but you are fit for nothing. What will you do? Already one company has majority. then what difference will your opinion matter for? If they say yes, 51 yes, they say no, 51% is no, then what difference is it making? That's why we call that company as a parent company, this company as a child company or holding company. I hold a control over your company. Whatever I tell you to do, you will do. Understanding? Hello? Sir, how and all can a company become a subsidiary of another company? How and all? Is this the only way? You can become a subsidiary in 3 ways. How is that? Okay, let us imagine. Let us write examples only. Or let us first define what is subsidiary company. Write down about subsidiary company only first. Yeah? Subsidiary company. Important section, section 2, clause 87. What do I mean by subsidiary company? How will a company become a subsidiary company? I can become a subsidiary company by 3 ways. Okay, first write what is subsidiary company? A company it means a company in which another company controls the composition of board of directors or controls, I'll be writing 3, more than 1/2 of the total voting power either on its own or together with its subsidiaries, or the third scenario, a scenario called deemed subsidiary company. Deemed subsidiary company. Sir, should we write down whatever you are writing? Yeah. What do I tell them, Acha? Simply I'm writing that. I'm feeling bored. I'm just writing. Controls the composition of board of directors. What do you mean by controls the composition of board of directors? If you want to be more specific, majority of directors. So majority of the board. BOD stands for board of directors. Yes, da, you should write da. Ennada macha. Deemed subsidiary company. I'll tell you. I'll explain everything. Now, what do you mean by, I'll write example for each of it, try to understand. Sir, ABC Limited, there is another company called XYZ, say for example, Limited. In this company, there are in total 5 directors. Out of the 5 directors, ABC Limited is controlling appointment and removal of 3 directors is in the control of ABC Limited. I'm not at all speaking about people, how many shares they are holding. I'm only talking about in one company, if I have an authority to appoint the majority of your directors, I have the authority, irrespective of the number of shares. So in your company, if there are total 5 directors and the right to appoint them or remove them, majority of that right is with me, not 1 or 2. Out of 5, 3 of them I can appoint whenever I want, I can remove whenever I want. By default, this company will be called as holding company. This company will become a subsidiary company. Why? Think the company's total management, functionality, everything is in the hands of directors. In that, out of 5, 1 company is controlling the majority, 3. That means the company is in their control only. Hello? Understanding? That's the first way you become a holding subsidiary company. Understood, all of you? The second way, there is a company called as, let us imagine, X Limited. There is a company called as Y Limited. Scenario number 1. X Limited holds in Y Limited as simple as 50.5. Wantedly I am writing so that 51 percentage fades away from your mind. So more than 1/2 of the total voting power when one company holds in another company directly, we consider this company as a holding company, this company as a subsidiary company. Is this clear? Hello? Second scenario. Let us imagine there is X Limited, there is okay, Y Limited. X Limited is holding 51 percentage in Y Limited. So we know for a fact this is a holding company and this is a subsidiary company. Now there is one more company called as say for example Z Limited. In Z Limited, Y Limited is holding, let us imagine, 20 percentage. Also, X Limited is holding 32 percentage. The law is telling this will become a holding company, this will become a, not deemed, this will become a subsidiary company only. Yes, sir. Hello, why, sir? Because, see, can I say Y is being controlled by X? Whatever I tell only you will do. No, 51% is in my hand. Hello? That means Y is controlled by X. Now Z is controlled by Y to the extent of 20 percentage. Z is also controlled directly by X to the extent of 32 percentage. Can I say X is only indirectly controlling this 20 percentage also? Whatever I tell Y, Y will tell Z. Hello? So can I say X's effective holding in Z Limited is 32 plus 20 percentage, that becomes 52 percentage, and we will call Z also as a subsidiary company only. Example number 2. Understood all of you? Example number 3. When else a company will become a subsidiary company? There is a company called as X Limited. X Limited is holding in Y Limited people, let us imagine 51 percentage of its shares. Y Limited is holding in Z Limited people 55 percentage of the shares. The law is telling this is a holding company, this is a subsidiary company, no doubt. But can I say whatever X is telling Y, Y will listen? Whatever Y is telling, Z will listen. Can I say whatever X is telling, Z is listening? Yes, this becomes a holding company. This becomes a deemed subsidiary company. Assumed. Even though 1% is not directly held in my name, the law still assumes that you are under a direct control of X company itself. So we will consider X Limited as a holding company, Z Limited as a deemed subsidiary company. Any doubts here? X Limited. Correct? Sir, in real life, you can imagine like this people. This is grandfather, father. This can be your children. Yes, here it is direct. There is only one generation. In the second scenario, there will be 3 generations. That's the difference. Yes, and in reality, if I have to give you an example, I can give you of say Walmart, say Flipkart, say Myntra. Walmart holds 87% of stake in Flipkart. Flipkart holds around 56% of stake in Myntra. Myntra ultimately is a deemed subsidiary company of Walmart only. That's a real life example. We have a number of examples. I've just given one. Jio, it's a subsidiary of Reliance. Jio Stavan, it's a subsidiary of Jio. It's a deemed subsidiary of Reliance. So this hierarchy you will find in 100 places. Understanding all of you? Hello, Pakka. So these are the examples. No and go exam point of view. These are the exact questions that will come. Clear? Any doubts? Hello? Yes? Yes? The law does not define a deemed subsidiary company in words. So this is definition. That's why I am also not defining it. So the definition is written as deemed subsidiary only. The example is this. Yes, sir. Copy. Done, yes, sir. Hello. Second one, the here, Z Limited. Z Limited, what is happening? Y Limited is holding in Z Limited 20%. And X Limited is holding in Z Limited 32%. Technically, if you see the net effect, X is controlling Y, Y controls Z to the extent of 20%. You can imagine like this, people, you're calling for a meeting. We are all voting. So, Y votes something 20%. Whatever X tells Y, that only Y will vote. And in the same meeting, X also will come directly. Whatever I have told you to do, I will also do the same thing. I will also vote yes only. So X is also voting yes. Y is also voting yes. Technically, I am getting 52% yes. Correct? So together with my subsidiaries, I am controlling some other company. Even that will also become my deemed subsidiary company. Understanding? Hello? Yes or no? Okay, imagine this way. A company calls for a meeting, people. In general, how it happens, you take like this only. There are a bunch of shareholders. So Z Limited is calling shareholders for a meeting. We want to decide something. So the question is, say for example, Z Limited wants to, Z Limited wants to change the name. So can Z Limited change the name whenever they want? It needs to take the approval from its shareholders. Mandatory. Yeah, those topics will come, but just I'm giving you an example. So what will they do? They will call for a general meeting. They will call all the shareholders for meeting. Who and all will come for this meeting? Y is also one of the shareholder. Y company, Y Limited will come. Who else is the shareholders? X Limited will also come, and others. In total, Z Limited has 100 votes. Correct? 100% voting rights. Correct? Hello? I hope you guys know equity shares have voting rights. Debentures and preference shares will not have voting rights. Now, we will all vote. Hello? Now, people, X Limited thinks we have to change the name. So, X says, I'm okay. You can change the name. My vote is yes. How much shares does X hold in Z Limited? In our case, 32. So X directly says yes, 32 votes. Hello? Okay. Now, is it okay? Is it sufficient for me to change the name? No. I still need more votes. Okay. Now I'll ask Y. You tell me what will Y say? Y will say yes or a no. Can you tell me why Y will say yes? So X said yes. X will tell Y, who is directly under the control of X, I will tell, hey, say yes, da. He say, why? Hey, you tell what I say. You do what I tell you to do. No questions asked. Y will also come and say yes only. How many votes? Do I care them? As of now, you think like this. There is something called special resolution and all. When we do that, we'll come. For now, you assume this and go. Huh? If Y says no, you can't say. That's the beauty. Why? Because someone is controlling you. You don't have the power to do something of your own. Because these are not our discretion. These are agreements. I've written in an agreement and said, sir, I will work under you, sir. I am your servant. I've agreed. Y has agreed to X because the control, that's when you become a holding company. You can't go against them. Agreements won't allow you. Understanding. So ultimately what is happening? In Z Limited together we are controlling 52%. So they say, Macha Z Limited, come, you also become my subsidiary company. How many holding companies? How many subsidiary companies can one holding company have? Okay. How many they can have? Take a guess, da? 2 layers. So can I have 5 subsidiary companies? Can one holding company have 5 subsidiary companies? Tata is having 5 subsidiary companies? Huh? Write down, note, a holding company cannot have more than 2 layers of subsidiary company. Now, what do I mean by 2 layers? The 2 layers means, people, let us imagine there is A Limited, there is B Limited, there is C Limited. Allowed? Allowed? Not allowed as per the law. The maximum layers you can have is 2. Layer means what, people? One below the other. The maximum layers allowed in India is 2. So now you tell me, how many subsidiaries can I have? How many subsidiaries can I have? Can I have 10 subsidiary companies? 10? Can I have 100 subsidiary companies? 100. 100. Can I have 300 subsidiary companies? Yes, the Reliance has. Reliance has 310 subsidiary companies. Sir, then you are teaching something and in reality something, sir. Go, sir. I said layers da macha. That means what? Remember, I'm talking about vertical here. Horizontal, you have how many ever you want. Sir, illa, didn't understand. Okay, take it this way. A Limited. A Limited has a subsidiary company called as B. It has one more subsidiary company, C. A Limited itself has one more subsidiary company, D. Go on till Z. We have no problem. Why? All of this is one layer only, no? Now, if under B, if another company X is coming, this becomes second layer. I hope you're understanding. Yes? So, for example, I'll tell you. Let us imagine I'll give all of you 100 rupees. Now, if anyone comes and asks you, any of you, who gave you 100, whose name you will tell? Correct? Huh? This is called as horizontal subsidiary companies. Everyone, the person holding is a common person. Now, what do I mean by vertical? I will give you 100 rupees. Student number 1. The student number 1 will give it to student number 2. I'll tell you pass it on. I'll tell you to pass it on. I'll tell you to pass it on. Now it will go until the 40th student. Now someone will come and ask you, Mithilesh, who gave you 100 rupees? Whose name you will tell? You will tell the name of? Allah, as the case may be, your friend, your friend, your friend. But ultimately, who is holding? Does the world know? That's why the world, India does not allow vertical layering. It is allowed horizontal. Why? In this scenario, there is a huge chance of money laundering happening. Now, what do I mean by that? People, in this case, I'm giving you my example. Let us imagine I might very well be, say, ISIS or Osama bin Laden. It can be any person. Don't tell me such things does not happen. So by the time it goes to Mithilesh, the 40th student, it is legal. But from where it started, who knows? Hello? So to avoid that, India does not allow this layer. This is allowed. Directly you hold. In your name you hold. That is okay. But not one below the other. So me as a holding company, I can directly in my name invest in thousands of subsidiary company. Directly in my name. No limit. But not one below the other. That means I give money to one company. That company gives money to another company. That is not allowed. Hello. Is this clear? Pakka? Okay. However, there are some exceptions to that rule also. One when we are doing section 18.9, section 90, I'll be discussing more about these layers. Remember, it's called as SBO and all. When it comes, I'll tell you.
If a company is a subsidiary of holding company, and the subsidiary company becomes it's in debt or something, it doesn't have funds.
One second. When a subsidiary company,
when the subsidiary company doesn't have any funds,
okay, subsidiary company doesn't have funds.
then can the holding holding company is liable or not?
No, not liable. Not liable. Regarding that thing, I'll tell you. Okay. Write down this there only. Wherever we wrote the note, no? Here we wrote, write down, there is an exception. Exception. Sir, you said there can be even 1,000 companies. In all the 1,000 companies, can they further have subsidiary company? Absolutely possible. Because all the first 1,000 becomes my first layer. They can further hold. Yes, they become second layer. Now, can they further do it? No, not possible. They become third layer. So, sir, in India, third layer is not allowed? Not allowed? For a few people, it is allowed. That is what you're writing as exception. Who are the exception? Write down this. First one, banking company. Systematically important, NBFC. Insurance company. Government company. Write down this much, more than sufficient. Banking company, systematically important, NBFC, insurance company, government company. That much write down, more than sufficient. That means what? Banking companies. RBI says, hey, I am allowing I told you, conflict between general law, special law. RBI is telling banking companies you can hold. Who is Companies Act to stop? Companies Act can't stop you. Conflict between general law, specific law will prevail. RBI allows banking companies to hold more than 2 layers. Second one, systemically important NBFCs. Again, see, registered with RBI. What is NBFC? Non-banking financial companies. Remember, they are also regulated by RBI only. Hello, they are telling we are allowing you. Okay. What does Companies Act to do with? We will say, okay, sir, we don't have any problem. If you are allowing, why will we stop? We are allowing even the NBFCs also. NBFC examples, Muthoot, Manappuram, Bajaj Finance, all these are the examples of NBFCs. What do I mean by systemically important? Systemically important means nothing but those NBFCs which has a minimum asset size of 500 crores. We call such NBFCs as systemically important. That means what? Macha, if they fail, the country will shake. 500 crore company. It is equivalent to a bank. Hello? You tell me, is NBFCs big or banks big? Which is big? Bank only, no? Hey, Bajaj Finance is equivalent to 3 to 4 nationalized banks put together. Again, I repeat, Bajaj Finance is equivalent to 3 to 4 nationalized banks put together. That is how big Bajaj Finance is. But how many rules are there for the nationalized banks? How many rules are there for Bajaj Finance? Imagine Bajaj Finance fails. Country will collapse because that is the fund they carry. Hello? Are you understanding? We will consider and categorize such NBFCs as systemically important. Why? What is the difference? Much simple da. Okay. There are two types of student. Good student, dull student. Should we concentrate on the dull student more or not? Hello? Yes, sir. So we will make sure you are given 2 assignments. Dull student, you take 10 assignments. Hello? Why? The intention is to make sure you are secured. Correct? Same thing, people, here. This student is very important for us because I'm saying their size is very big. It's systemically important. I'm telling you, minimum asset size is 500 crore. If they fail, we are gone. So for a normal NBFCA, 2 assignments. Systemically important NBFCA, 10 assignments. That means what? The rules will be very stricter, equivalent to a nationalized bank. No, I mean, where will they get money from? Bajaj Finance, listed company, 9,000 crores IPO they have done now. I am also now the shareholder. It's a guaranteed company, growing crazily year on year. They have gone for an IPO. FDs, they can also attract FDs, RDs, fixed deposits. People do FDs with them. And other verticals like insurance. In BFC, I can't say riskier, but see, nationalized banks or banks will have emotions. They are pakka private players. That means, let us imagine you have taken a loan from them. You don't pay the first installment, second installment you are gone. They'll not wait for 4-5 years and all. Second installment, the loan recovery officers will come to your home. Your car, your bike, your asset, something will be taken. They will make sure they'll recover the money in the second month. The chances of failure of repayment is very less. And higher rate of interests than banks. All those things. Insurance companies, there is another regulator for them called as IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. They are allowing. Then what problem we have? Let us allow. Next one is government companies. They are the people who make laws. At times it is important for them to have that integration. Government company, we are allowing it to happen. So these are the 4 exceptions. Sir, only these 4 are, sir. Nothing else, sir. There is one more exception. Fifth exception is people. The provides that the exemption to a company from acquiring a company incorporated outside India with subsidiaries beyond 2 layers as per the laws of such country. What do I mean by that? Write down the 5th point and write down 5th point. 5th point, people, will be the company can acquire. Write down whatever I'm saying. A company can acquire a company can acquire another company, a company can acquire another company outside India, can acquire another company outside India even if it results, even if it results in more than two layers, even if it results in more than two layers, even if it results in more than two layers of subsidiaries, two layers of subsidiaries. Provided the laws of such country, provided the laws of such country allows it, provided the laws of such country allows it. Understood? What do I mean by this? This statement just says one thing. What? Now say for example, if there is this delimited, I said it is not possible here. But where is delimited? Let us imagine this delimited people is coming in Mauritius. No restriction. You can have 8 layers also in Mauritius. Their rule allows. And whatever the layers you are doing, it is outside India. The law says, people, we don't have a problem. If you are creating any layers outside India, as per that country laws, we are absolutely okay with it. Even if the overall layers go beyond 2, it's okay. I repeat, let us imagine A limited is in India, B limited is in India, C also in India, D is outside India. Now technically it became third layer. Now under D there is E, F. The law is telling if it is outside India, Mauritius, sir, yes. They are telling you if Mauritius laws allow you to have 8 layers, 10 layers. So if it is as per their law, then I have no objection. You can have it outside India. We have no issues. Clear? Hello? Yes? Clear? This is your subsidiary company. Any doubts? Clear? Okay. There is one more thing that they have given here. It's not there in the law, but it is only as per our book. I'll explain you that there are different types of holding companies, it seems. What are the different types of holding companies? Okay. Not that important from exam point of view, but they have given us something called as different types of holding companies. There are different types of holding companies, it seems. What is that? The first one is called as people, a pure holding company. What do I mean by a pure holding company? Pure holding company means people nothing but there is a company in the top. Let us imagine A Limited. They are holding some shares in Y Limited. Till now that is what we are seeing. Now, when does a Limited become a pure holding company? It becomes a pure holding company when it has no job of its own. It does no other activity. My job is only to acquire shares and simply sit. A Limited does not have any other work. Their only work is to hold the shares and sit on the top. Do they have any other activity of their own? Answer is no. If that is the case, we call such companies as pure holding companies. That means what, sir? They have crazy money. For example, if I have to tell you, Aditya Birla Capitals. What do? Aditya Birla, they have pumped in money into one company. The size of the company is, people, 3,000 crores. Now, in the top, Aditya Birla Capital is there. What will this company do? Under them, every other subsidiary company is there. That means Aditya Birla Fashion, Aditya Birla Finance, Aditya Birla whatever. Aditya Birla Capital on the top, it does nothing. It just holds the shares, keeps it. If it is not working out, any business, I have 100 business of my own. Any one business is non-performing, I'll just cut it off, I'll let it loose, I'll sell it off, I'll do merger, I'll do something. But I don't have any object of my own. Such type of companies are called as what? Pure holding companies. Sir, the opposite of it is what? Impure. Huh? Mixed holding company. What do you mean by mixed? Mixed means people. What is mix? I have my own business also. I'm taking care of subsidiary also. Example, sir, Walmart. Walmart has invested money into Flipkart. Walmart has its own business. Flipkart also carries on its business. Such type of holding companies are called as what people? Mixed holding companies. Understood all of you? Sir, is this there in the law? This is given by our institute. This is not there in Companies Act. Hello? These are just the concepts that authors give. That is this particular concept. It is not there in the law. Clear? Hello? Next one, sir, is called as immediate holding company, intermediate holding company. They both are one and the same. What do I mean by immediate holding company? And what do I mean by intermediate holding company? Now let us imagine people, there is A, there is B, there is C. For C, B is called as people immediate holding company. Correct? Because above them there is one more person. And what do I mean by intermediate holding company? When there is a chain of holding companies, whatever is a company which is coming in between, that means I am a holding company also, I am a subsidiary company also. Such companies are called as intermediate holding companies. I repeat, what do I mean by immediate? When there is a chain, whoever is the holding company on top of the subsidiary company, immediate. We refer to such company as immediate holding companies. Intermediate means what, people? A company which is a holding company also and a subsidiary company also. We call such companies as what, people? Intermediate holding companies. Here and there, they may ask you no and go. Clear? Hello, all of you. Yes? Any doubts in holding subsidiary companies? Sir, what if Y has two layers of subsidiary and X buys Y shares? I didn't understand. Can you give me more context? Yes? Any doubts here, Anna? So subsidiary is done, holding is done. Right on the third one. Okay. The third one is what, people? Associate company. Add on associate company. Associate company is given in section 2, clause 6. Mithilesh, ready or Mithilesh? Ready or Mithilesh? After this topic, you will sing. Okay, now. Associate company afterwards, you should sing. Right there. A company. Nadeem will sing after the break. We want that only. What is that? Which song, da? Beat it. That only we want. With performance also we don't mind. Why? A company in which Nadeem after the break, Mithulan now only. After this topic. A company in which other company has significant influence. A company in which other company has a significant influence significant influence but not a subsidiary company and includes a joint venture. Includes a joint venture. Includes a joint venture. Clear? What do I mean by significant influence? The author only has given us an explanation. We need not have to break our head. The author says significant influence means minimum 20% of voting power or control or participation in business decisions under an agreement. Such type of companies are called as associate companies. Now, what do I mean by associate company, people? There is a company called as X. There is a company called as X. Company X is holding in company Y. How much, sir? Company X is holding 20% of the total shares of company Y. We call company Y as an associate company of company X. Understood? So if company A, X is holding say 30%, what do I call? Associate. So minimum is 20. When one company holds a minimum of 20% in another company, we call such company as what, people? Associate company. 30, associate. 40, 50, 60, 50. When company X is holding 50% in company Y, what will it become? Associate or subsidiary? So remember, up to 50, you will be treated as associate only because the definition of subsidiary is more than one half. I need to hold at least 50.01.
So if a company is having 51% of shareholding, but another company is having
Possible.
major voting powers.
Hmm.
So whose subsidiary will it be? A company is having 51% shareholder in the company, and another company is having more than half of the voting powers in that company itself.
Hmm.
So who will prevail? Which company will be subsidiary?
Okay. Beautiful question. Actually, very complicated question. But I'll try to explain it to you. If you guys can understand, see it. Let us imagine if there are 100 shares. Yeah. Remember, shares can be of different types. A share can be equity. A share can be preference. Agreed? Let us imagine a company has, for the ease of understanding, let us imagine we have 200 shares. In that there are 100 equity shares, 100 preference shares. Only I'm trying to put that question in the form of the diagram. Try to understand. So in a company X, there are in total 200 shares. Let us imagine in this 200 shares, company A is holding people. Let us imagine probably 55 equity shares. Yeah. There is another company called company B. Company B is holding people 45 equity shares and 100 preference shares. Now you tell me, what is the relationship between company X and company A, company X and company B? I believe this is what your question will boil down to. Yeah. If you look at how many shares is company B holding, how many shares are they holding? 45. Huh? How many shares are they holding? 145. If I tell it in terms of percentage, if I take the total paid up share capital as 200 shares, in that if I am holding 145 shares, you try to do 145 divided by 200, you will get percentage. So I am holding out of 100 percentage, I am holding, can anyone do 145 divided by 200 into 100? 72.5 percentage of shares is with B. Now you tell me, what is the relationship between company B and X, company A and X? Tell me what is the relation? Company A will be holding company of X, company B will be? So remember, this will become a holding company because holding company definition is clear. Voting power. So this 100 shares is irrelevant for me to consider holding subsidiary relationship. Out of 100 equity, this fellow is holding 50, more than 50. You become a holding company. Hello? And in rest of it, people, out of the total share capital, how much ever you hold, it's irrelevant for me. So even though you're holding 72.5 percentage of shares, you can still be considered as what? What will I consider them as? You will still be an associate company. And I'll tell you something. Whatever I've written, according to your ICSI module, this is controversy. But I'm telling you, what ICSI has written is wrong. And this is right. Sir, show us, sir, where ICSI has written that, sir. Let us see with facts. See here, people. People, this is what is the words used by our book. What does it say? Control of at least 20% of total voting power, but less than 50% of. It cannot be share capital, people. It should be voting power only. Are you getting the point? This word should not be share capital here. It should be voting power itself. So when will you become an associate company? You will become an associate company when you are holding out of total voting power. If you are holding 20% to 50%, you will become a associate company. In terms of share capital, it can be even beyond 50%. So in our case, in our company B is holding 72.5. Then what do I call it as? You will call it as associate only. Are you understanding?
B holds the board composition rule then.
Not possible, no? Yes. So that's how they try to do it. Clear? So it should have not been share capital. It should not be share capital here. It should be voting power. Yeah. So because according to this, if it is beyond 50, you cannot be an associate company. If I open Tata Motors annual return, I'll show you companies even beyond 50% who are still called as associate companies only. Should we see controversy? You want it? Want it? Actually, to this extent, we need not do. But yes, if this is how you need to learn the law, this is where I tell no, you go and question this even to the people in the industry. And you see, what do they say? Because if someone asks what is an associate company, book 20% means associate, 50%, 20 to 50 is associate company. Now I'll ask you a question. What if a company is holding less than 20? Can I be an associate company? Now whatever I'm telling you, it's not required for exam point of view. But casually I'm asking. Let us imagine company A is holding in company B 15% of shares. Can I become an associate company? Is it possible? Yes or no? No. Okay.
That 15% is belongs to only. This belongs to.
Okay. Now I'll give you an example. People, this is a list of Tata Motors subsidiary companies. Yes? See here. TML subsidiary, can you see that 197 and all subsidiary? Hello? Everything is going smooth? No problem? Yes? We still have no problem in life? There comes a problem. Where is the problem, sir? How?
Major share.
Sir, everything they will not give in book, sir. Something we will not know. Yeah?
Subsidiary of the holding company has.
It is still called as associate only, no? They are holding 15%, they are telling. Huh? Another company is holding 5%. That is possible. But definition allows it. You are not supposed to take it. If definition allows it, you can add. Like subsidiary company directly said, directly or together with my subsidiaries, I have to add. That is what definition said. That's why I added. But then in my question to you, how this 15%, how did Tata Motors categorize it as associate company? How is it even possible? The reason is, which none of us we generally go in detail. That is what is this. When do you become associate company? When one company has a significant influence over another company. What do I mean by significant influence? Significant influence means minimum 20% of voting power, or there are other ways to become an associate company. If you hold control, or according to an agreement, I have written and given that you are my associate company, you are my associate company. That is a third category. What does it say? I have a participation in the business decision under an agreement. So in this case, what has happened, people? If I have to simplify and tell, there is this company called as what? ARCV Limited. They have agreed to Tata Motors. You are still holding 15% only. But whenever we are entering into business agreements, we will still consult you. We will take your decisions. Even though your shareholding is less than 20, we will still consider your decisions. We have agreed in an agreement that makes you an associate company. Hello? None of the institutes in 14 years have asked this question. Don't worry. That's why I said exam point of view not important. Possible. Provided the other things are satisfied. So online, I hope you guys understood it now. So to become an associate company, it need not be always based on shareholding. There are other things also that can make you an associate company. Now I'm showing you this now. Now if I show you Reliance, you will see 55% also shown as associate company. That can be different share. So that's where I said you should not take it as total voting power. What happened? He's not understanding, huh? What? Preference share can be there. Yeah. So when we are doing, I have not told you other type of shares yet. There are still more shares, but the overall perspective I'll be telling you when we are doing next chapter. There is section 43. Now only I'm telling you there is a share called as DVR. When that comes, I'll tell you. Yes, sir.
Sir, can associate company have more than 50 years?
Ah, that is possible. Hello, online understood, Ada? Yes, clear. Okay, that is your associate company. Hey, I hope you guys are understanding, da. Yeah, sir. So whatever we discussed, tell us from exam point of view, sir. Exam point of view, remember and go 20%. More than sufficient. A Limited holding 20% in B Limited. B Limited becomes an associate company of A Limited. Macha khel khatam. They will not ask you anything beyond that. Hello? Clear? So a company which is holding minimum 20% but not a subsidiary company. So if there are equity shares, let us imagine. I can hold up to 50. The moment it becomes 50.1 equity share, you will become a holding subsidiary and not a associate company. Is this clear? All of you? Clear? Pakkana? Okay, this is your associate company. I believe we have seen types of companies. Everything we have seen now. Government company. Okay, let us write on other types of companies. We'll write off two and then we can go for a break. Yes. I hope you guys can. People, one thing, you give me clarity. Such additional information, if I can share, can you guys take it? You guys can't take it. I'll tell you, there are two ways to teach. One, you will not know such things even exist. I can teach you that way. Meaning, I need not have to show you this 15 exist. And still they are called as associate company. You will pass exam. Hello? Second way, I will show you a complete view wherever required. If at all you can take it and if you want it. So you tell me what you want. Sir, you show sir, whether passing wise, sir. Show. Depression, sir, that is important. Correct, Nada? Somehow send us into depression, sir. That is important. Mithilesh, start now. Kanna nidurinchara. Start now. Mithilesh, there or here or where? There, start, okay. Hey, but Pabam, even online people? YouTube, my God. Yes, Gayatri, it will take time. It will take time. See, and one more thing is, I will connect you the dots. Now, for example, I can't tell something more on DVR. Yeah, if I tell you don't know what is DVR. So, eventually, by the end of the day, everything will make sense. Clear? I mean, it will work. Trust me. Trust the process. Mithila, start down. Now itself. Allah, oh, start. Start. Start, Mithilesh. Mithilesh song itself is break. After this song, we'll take break. Start. Start, sir. Hey, quiet down. Quiet. You will come here and sing? You're great there? Okay, start. 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 Analyzing. Hey, ChatGPT. Start. Hey, hey, అది ఎన్నడా సాంగ్ స్టార్ట్ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ Midlesh, as a penalty, I will levy another song on you. Start, fast. Sing off, come on. That only, come on. That only, come on. Start.
He'll take the tire take the
Hmm?
he'll take the tire to
Start. Start. Singada, correct. Bega, fast. Hey, yarda ni. Come on, start, Bega, fast. Start. Fast. Okay, go for a break and come. Then I'll come back to you. After break, you have to sing here. Before the class starts, you will be going live. Before that, I will not start the class. So remember, come prepared with lyrics and come and sing.
Crazy midfield. Most property over, PGBP over, he started
அந்த மாதிரி இன்னொன்று இருக்கு, அதனால தொலைன்னு இருக்குமா நினைச்சேன் பாட்டில் ஆனா நான் போய் பாட்டில் குடிச்சுக்கிட்டேன் ஸ்நாக்ஸ் வாங்கி வா 2 பேர் சாப்பிடலாம். இல்ல சாப்பிட்டு போலாம் 2 பேர் போகலாம். நீங்க சாப்பிடுங்க, அதுக்குள்ள பாட்டில் குடிச்சுட்டாங்க. What is going on? How am I going to explain this to them? JG exemption, CA from exemption. 3 book 3 வீக்ல 2 தான் இருக்கு. அதான் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? 2 வாரம் கொடுப்போம், இன்னொன்று நல்லா ஸ்டாக் பண்ணி கொடுக்கலாம். கொஞ்சம் எனக்கு சாப்பிட டஸ்ட்பினா பண்ணும். டஸ்ட்பின்ல நான் எடுத்து போட்டுக்கிறேன். ஏன் சாப்பிடணும் வெளியே நடக்கணும் எனக்கு தான். ஒரு 2 minutes I'll find out 15 minutes. Wow. Oh man, it's so bad. I'm going to do posting it with stuff. This guy's on test. Hey, mas now go away. Click with them. Hey, I'm going to put it on my இன்னும் 2 நாள் கழிச்சு நல்லா சாப்பிடுவேன். எனக்கு வந்து சாக்லேட்டா எனக்கு வந்து பிடிக்குது. மத்தியம் சாக்லேட் சாப்பிட்டு வரேன் தெரியுமா? It's not bad. It's not bad. Seniors somebody like seniors நீங்க போய் இன்டர்வியூ எடுக்கணும் இது பேஸ் பண்ணி ஸ்டாக் மார்க்கெட் பேஸ் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு ஆன்சர் வச்சு நீங்களும் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி பண்ணணும். நான் காலேஜ் படிக்கும்போது என்ன பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு நடக்காமா சாப்பிடுங்க காஃபி குடிக்க வேணாங்களா? அதுக்கப்புறம் இல்ல உப்பு ஆச்சு அப்புறம் ஹேண்ட் ஆஃப் எடுத்துட்டு போய் கடை பண்ணிட்டு சரி Hello. വെച്ചിട്ട് പോ
You bought how much, bro? 210.
Right, it's very I know I can say you know how to do it. Voice getting fast.
If people back, come down, Mithilesh. You're ready. Sitting in the corner. Come. Come down, Mithilesh. Sing one nice song. Come down. I'll make you popular. Come down. Anyways, it will be live. You can go home and share.
Sir, I will get good, sir.
Right.
Having a clear view, sir.
Yes, people, see, this is Mithilesh. Meet Mr. Mithilesh.
Sir.
Wait, okay, now all good,
No, sir. Too bad.
The part. You start off.
So what, sir?
What? Day.
Sir,
Easy. Start off.
sir,
3, 1, 2, 3. Be done.
Sir, still nobody came. So,
6:35 done. Start.
வாழ்க்கை நாடகமா என் பொறப்பு பொய் கணக்கா அந்த விதியே எழுதையில அந்த சாமி உறங்கிருச்சா.
You're singing so good, Noda. Vaida. Noda. Nadim also will sing. Nadim's song will be like a break. Nadim will go get ready, drink hot water. Hey. Okay. Yes, the good, Mithilesh. What that? He wants to?
Chocolate sugar.
What is that?
In the singing competition, if a competitor sings well, there will be lots of chocolate coming.
Then give the.
You should give me.
Then didn't sing good. Bad. Bad song. Situation song. Okay. Okay, we'll start. You should sing good. What is there in that? Correct, no? Macha, hi da. எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? நல்லா இருக்கீங்க. 6 months back I asked you. That time also I remember. Today morning only you came. He didn't come for JIGL and labor laws, huh? Hey, last time also in my class also emergency came. That emergency is coming too frequently. Macha, emergency means once in a while it should come. Or both happening during our class only. But they're all okay. They're good. Grandfather in serious condition. Grandmother, she's doing good. Good. Our regards to your grandparents. Nadeem will come. Ready, Ada Nadeem? I'll ask you when. You go sit down. Okay, people. We did associate company. Write on next one. Which one? Government company. Write on government company. Will we write government company or we'll just see like that only? You want government? Right. Okay, other types of companies. How many we wrote? 5 we wrote. Based on control was fifth one. Based on control was fifth one. Okay, sixth one, people, is your government company. Two 45 says government company. What do I mean by government company?
More than 50, more than half percent. Then it can be
51% or 50% what? More than 50 or more than 51?
51.
51.
More than 51.
No, sir.
Minimum 51 percentage of paid up share capital or paid up equity share capital or 51% of voting power. Okay, remember, when we'll write it this way, let us imagine when central government or state government or central government plus state government or state governments in any way, if they are holding at least 51% of total paid up share capital in a company, such company will be called as a government company. This is clear? Yes. So whenever any government, any way it is, whether central or state government, now say for example, central government is holding 20%, say 15% is held by Karnataka government, 5% is held by Kerala, another 10 by Tamil Nadu, another 10 by Andhra. You have to combine everything. So whether central level or state level, if 51% is held by what people, if 51% is held by governments, we consider such company as a government company. Is this clear, all of you? Yes? All of you? 100%? Any doubts? Generally, we take that that paid up share capital, whichever has voting power. So indirectly, we are talking about equity only. Is this clear? Yes, all of you? And remember, note, subsidiary of a government company shall be deemed to be government company. This is which type of company? We are not writing any headings anymore. Directly it is now. Different types of companies. One is government company. Yes. What else are the types of companies? Next one is foreign company. Examples of government company, any example? Example can be GAIL, ONGC, BSNL, HAL, as the case may be. So technically you need to see at least 51% should be held by government. If that is the case, that's all. That's a government company. No other difference between a normal company and government company. And remember, do not get confused between statutory company and government company. They are different. That means statutory companies formed by a law. ICSI was formed because of company secretaries legislation. But ONGC, BSNL and all, the way we start a company, government writes an application to the registrar. The process is same. Just that the shareholding, government will hold the majority. That's all. Understanding? Yes, sir. That's the only difference. And of course, here and there, they will enjoy little more benefits. One you have already seen. What? Layers of subsidiary. If you're a government company, unlimited layers. So such things, a little benefits will be given more to a government company for the purpose of achieving its objects. That's all. No other reason as such. Clear? Hello? Yes, sir? Which one? Government company. Understood? Yes or no? Abhinandano. What a gobi manchurian? Eh? Hey? Hey? Just coffee? Macha? He's telling just coffee? One hand okay, either not okay. Okay. You came after the break? You only, huh? You were there? I was like, where did the orange color come from? Okay. So you were there. I didn't ask him anything. He's like, sir, see, this takes at least 1 hour to fill. I understand. Sorry. Drink. How much da? 5 liters da? Can? 2 liters. You keep that one can only da. For everyone, same one. Anything happens, all of you will bunker. I never seen so much of friendly sharing da. It's like for all of us, same can. Sir. That's why we bought one big can. Okay, right on government company. 7th one, foreign company. Foreign company. So what do I mean by a foreign company? A company incorporated outside India and has a place of business in India and carries on business activity in India whether physically or electronic mode or through an agent. Physically or an electronic mode or through an agent. Such type of companies are called as what people? Foreign companies. So a company which is incorporated outside India and has a place of business in India and carries on business activity in India whether physically or in electronic mode or through an agent, such type of companies are called as foreign companies. Now, what do I mean by that? Let us imagine a company, say for example, X Limited, say for example, XINC is incorporated in US. But this company has a place of business in India. Say for example, they are present in, they have a branch office in India. There's a company called as XINC. They are incorporated outside India, say in US. They have one branch office in India as well. And what are they doing? They are selling their products in India also. They are selling their products in India as well. So, 3 questions we will ask. Where is the company incorporated? The company is incorporated outside India, meaning registered. And it has a place of business in India. That is, they have a branch office in India. The third thing, they have a place of business in India, and as well as they also carry on the business activity in India. Not only a place, but some activity is also done. If all these 3 conditions are satisfied, we call such companies as foreign companies. So what do you mean by foreign company? It should be registered outside. You should have some business in India and you should carry on some activity in India. If all 3 satisfied, you will be called as foreign company. If even one condition is not satisfied, you will not be considered as a foreign company. So, 1, situated outside India, incorporated outside India, you should have a place of business in India, business activity in India. All 3 satisfied, you will become foreign company. Is this clear? All of you? Any doubt? Now, we have written something called as, it's okay even if you do it physically or in electronic mode or through an agent.
Like if the company started in India and everything is done here, but fully 100% network is done by a foreign company.
A company called as X Limited, if it is incorporated in India, you are saying what if the control, 100% of the control is in US? What type of company will this become? The moment you are directly registered in India, you become an Indian company only. Because what did we see under the definition of registered company? What do I mean by a registered company? Any company which is registered as per this act or any previous company law, you will become an Indian company only. So you will be called as an Indian company only, irrespective of where the control is. If you are registered as per Indian laws, you become an Indian company. Yeah. So an example of foreign company, if I have to give you, say for example, there is which one? Amazon. You tell me, is it a foreign company? There is Amazon India people. We have it directly registered in India. It cannot become a foreign company. Sir, any other example can be, now one example I can give you is, there was a company called as Alibaba. Now Alibaba does not have any physical office in India. Neither do they have a domain called alibaba.in. It's not there. Yeah. So you have to shop it from the international website itself, correct? Now what are we saying? There is Alibaba. Where is it incorporated? It is incorporated in China, outside India, na? It is incorporated outside India. Now my question is it having a place of business in India? They do not have even one office in India. But the question says what? Physically, are you there? No, sir. Physically, one office also is not there. But tell me one thing. Are you present in India in electronic mode? Whether your website is accessible in India, can an Indian make a purchase through your website? If the answer is yes, we will consider you are present in India. That's the meaning of physical or electronic mode. If your website is accessible in India, you will be treated as your place of business is there in India, whether physically or electronic mode or through an agent. Now, what do I mean by an agent? Let us imagine there is this airways, say for example, Emirates. Do we have a Emirates office in India? Qatar Airways, do we have? Or you take so many other airways whenever you go to the other countries. Sri Lankan Airways, do we have that, such airplane companies in our country? No. But my question is, can you book their tickets? How can you book? Now log in to Make My Trip or Sky Scanner or whatever, booking.com, or so many other apps are there. Agreed? Through them I can purchase the tickets of Emirates. Yes or no? That means what? He is not physically present. He is not present electronically, but he is present through an agent. Make My Trip acts as an agent for him. It will be considered as place of business in India. And your tickets are of course being sold. So business activity is also being conducted, and hence I will consider Emirates or Qatar Airways as a foreign company. So remember, for you to categorize something as a foreign company, 3 conditions to be satisfied. Condition 1, there has to be incorporated outside India. There has to be place of business in India, whether physical, electronic mode or through an agent. Third one, you have to carry on some business activity in India. All 3 satisfied, you can be considered as a foreign company. Clear all of you? Yes, that's your foreign company.
Can a foreign company have a holding in Indian companies in India?
This scenario, that one student asked that same question. Imagine there is a company called as X Limited, and imagine that foreign company. You take this example only. There is Google. Google has Google India. Google India is a Indian incorporated company. It is directly incorporated in India as per Indian laws. So Google India will not become a foreign company. If you are completely registered under Indian laws as a subsidiary company, but you have registered, you will not become a foreign company. You will be called as what? You will be considered as a Indian company itself. Yes. If you want me to give another example is Citibank. Citibank is a foreign company. Yeah. So they had come to India. Anyone has Citibank account? Anyone had? You had? Now you have? Now you don't have. Why? Citibank came, Citibank went back. They did not carry on business operation. Now what happened? If anyone is still having their Citibank accounts, everything migrated to Axis. Citibank is a perfect example of foreign company. They don't have any operations today in India. But they came to India. They did business activity in India. They did open bank accounts. They did sell credit cards. Now they want to go back. They cancelled. They went back also. I think it's been 2 years. Micromax was an Indian company. It was a properly Indian registered company. So you just have to put these 3 things into mind. Now, why did Citibank come into India? What is the purpose? Because of why do they come to India? Why do they open business activities in India? Because of cheap labor. Correct? So if I open one office here, even if I have 10,000 employees, what is the cost to run? Versus if Citibank has to run in US. So all the background work, all the behind the system work and all, everything happens in India. They outsource it. It didn't work out for them. It was not feasible. Or rather, they were doing better in other countries than in our country. And unfortunately, India has tightened their screws with regards to applicability of laws with regards to banking sector. Too many rules are applicable. Clear? That's your foreign company. Next one, dormant company. Now we will see when we are doing dormant company itself. We have the chapter as it is. Small company we have not yet written. Write down small company. Small company. AC do. Oh, you're phone rang. Very nice. Who's that? Mohammed. Nice, Mohammed. Depression. He'll come out of depression now. Section 2, clause 85. After this, Nadeem will sing. Mithilesh Danda. Yes, small company. What do you mean by a small company? It is a company. It is a company other than public company. It is a company other than public company having paid up share capital, having paid up share capital, having paid up share capital not exceeding rupees 10 crores and turnover not exceeding rupees 100 crore, the following companies are excluded from the definition. The first company is holding company, or subsidiary company, section 8 company. Third one, a statutory company. Statutory company. Such type of companies are called as what people? Small companies. So what do I mean by small company? Small company is a company that is other than public company. So very important to know. Remember, what do I mean by small company? It should be a company other than public company. That means what? Only a private company can become a small company and other companies cannot become a small company. Remember that. So technically a public company cannot become a small company. That means what? That means, say for example, there is a company called as XYZ Limited. The company has a paid up share capital of, let us imagine, 5 crores. If it has a turnover of 40 crores, can I consider this as a small company? Is it possible? The law says, remember, even if paid up share capital and turnover, even though they are within the limits, because you are a public company and the definition clearly says public company cannot become a small company, and hence, even though your limits are within, you can still not become a small company. Clear? That means if there is a company called XYZ Private Limited, if their paid up share capital is say for example 8 crore, if their turnover is say 100 crore, can this company become a small company? Is it possible? First thing, it's a other than public company, it's a private company. My paid up share capital is less than 10 crore. My turnover is less than or exactly 100 crore. The law says it should not exceed 100. Exact 100 is still okay. I can consider this company as a small company. This is not possible. This is possible. Is this clear? Yes. So as I already told you, what are the benefits? You will enjoy a lot of benefits with regards to the applicability of law. As we start the chapters, you will know a lot of places you will see an exception provided for a small company. That is not applicable. This is not applicable. So instead of saying the entire Companies Act is applicable to them, they will enjoy a lot of benefits. That means some sections will be exempted for them. So they need not be very strictly governed. So whatever the rules are, they are a little liberal. Understood? All of you? Sir, and which other companies cannot be considered as small companies? Imagine if at all you are a holding company, you cannot be considered as a small company. If you are a subsidiary company, you cannot be considered a small company. What do I mean by that? Let us imagine there is a company called as XYZ Private Limited. There is another subsidiary company for this called as ABC Private Limited. Now this is a holding company. This is a subsidiary company. Let us imagine the holding company's paid up share capital is less than 5 crore. Their turnover is less than 50 crore. Even though you are satisfying the limits, because you are a holding company, the definition exclusively exempts you. You cannot become a small company, and hence, even though your limits are within what is given in the law, you cannot become a small company. Cut, copy, paste applies even to a subsidiary company also. Your limits are, even though if it is within, you can still not be considered as a small company. So holding and subsidiary companies cannot be called as a small company. Is this clear? The next one, sir, if there is any Section 8 company, for example, we saw a scenario of Reliance Foundation. It's a Section 8 company. They're telling you, even if you are a Section 8 company, even if your capital and turnover, if it is within the limits, you cannot be considered as a small company. The reason is people, they will be enjoying a lot of benefits. Government subsidies will be given, lands will be given free of cost, electricity bill exemptions will be there. So they are already enjoying a lot of benefits. So for them, the rules should not be liberal. It should be strong only. Because people's money will be involved, donations will be involved, charities will be involved. So people should not take benefit of that names. They cannot take the benefit of that non-profit organizations. So we are telling no exemptions for you. You have to follow the entire law. The last one, people, statutory companies. For example, ICSI, even if your capital is less than 10 crore, even if your turnover is less than 100 crore, you cannot become a small company because you have to follow every rule given to you by your own law. Company Secretaries Regulations 1980, whatever Company Secretaries Act say, you have to follow. Just because you're a small company, you will not enjoy any benefits. So remember, these are the total 5 companies which can never become a small company. Which and all? Public company cannot become, holding company cannot become, subsidiary cannot become, and your Section 8 companies, statutory companies, these 5 companies can never become a small company. Clear all of you? Yes. Small company is not like a different category of a company. They are your regular public and private companies only. I mean, they are your private companies only. Just that your operations are little small. That's why the name came as small company. Is this clear? Any doubts? Clear? Okay. And remember, the answer is, let us imagine there is a company called as XYZ Private Limited, and the company's paid up share capital is 12 crore. The company's turnover is say 60 crore. Can this company be considered as a small company? The words used in the law is and. That means what? Both the conditions are to be satisfied. So just because only one is satisfied, you cannot become a small company. Both are to be satisfied. So hence XYZ Private Limited cannot be called as a small company. Is this clear? All of you? Done. That's one type of company. And what else? The last one we'll see of is Nidhi company. Dormant we'll do later because we have a chapter. There we'll cover. Domestic is nothing but a company incorporated as per Indian laws. Point 1. Point 2. Domestic companies, again a topic given by our ICSI, but it is not there in company law. If you look at definitions, there is no company called as domestic company and all. Just that, what is domestic company? A company incorporated as per Indian law, we call it as domestic company, which is having the place of business in India, we call it as a Indian company. Right, a Nidhi company. Nidhi company. Nadeem will sing now. After this. Mohammed after at home. I have to prepare. Mohammed after Nadeem. Okay. Nidhi company. So what is Nidhi company, people? This can also be called as people. These are companies. These are companies. These are companies formed for these are companies formed for, or these are companies formed for cultivating the habit of thrift and savings amongst its members. It accepts deposits from its members. It accepts deposits from its members and lends to its members as loan. They are also referred as self-help groups. Section of Nidhi Company, section 406. Section 406. So what do I mean by Nidhi Company? In short, I'll explain you what is Nidhi Company. Nidhi Company was in fact introduced in 19th century itself. That is even before 1913th law. We had a concept of Nidhi Company. As the name itself suggests, what is Nidhi? Nidhi Company. Treasure, money. Yes or no? Huh? No, Nidhi itself is a word. Word. Nidhi, she is the Nidhi. Your company is called Nidhi Company. Yes? So what do I mean by Nidhi Company? Treasure company. So any company which goes in search of treasure, can I call such company as Nidhi Company? Can we consider such companies as Nidhi Company? Any companies which are involved in, say, treasure or archaeological, can we consider them as Nidhi companies? No? It's not like that. Nidhi. Nidhi is like, sir, first go to next topic, sir. First do it of this topic. Huh? Yes, people. So what is Nidhi Company? Nidhi is nothing but people here. Yes, Nidhi here means money. So a company, why this came into picture, as I told you, don't think from today's point of view, but still it is applicable for today also. There are so many places where we still today, even today, we don't have banks. Agreed? Go to rural places, villages. If any of you are there from any village where we have, right, even today we don't have banks there. Now, what is the scenario there? If at all any person there, if he wants a loan for agricultural purpose, or probably some marriages there, or some construction purpose, where will they get the money from? There is no banks in their places at all. Sit funds, if it is there, well and good. but not every place. Cooperative societies, again, one thing that, let us imagine there are three types of cities: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 banks, tier 2 cooperative societies, tier 3, tier 4, say villages, rural places, even they will not be there. It doesn't work out for them. So what do? Whoever are the villagers there, together they form a company amongst themselves. So let us imagine in that rural place, in that village, if 500 people are there, all 500 of us will come together, we will form a company and we will call that company as a Nidhi company. Now what will we do? Let us imagine amongst that 500, if say some 300 or 400 people have excess money. When I say excess, you have some savings. We will try to bring in that particular habit in you. Why do you keep the cash in your home? Come and give it to us. We will do it as an FD. So it'll help you to save more money. So we will take that money from that 400 people. Now whoever that rest 100 people are, imagine if they want money. From you only we have taken FD. Amongst the entire village, whoever wants money, they will only take from this company as loan. So amongst us, what did we do? Whoever had excess money, we gave money to the company. Whoever wants money, they took loan from the same company. In this way, what did we do? We tried to help ourselves without having to depend upon a financial system. That's why these Nidhi companies get a word, they get a name also called as self-help groups. Yeah, provided you should be a member. That means, say for example, no, it's not about village. Now, for example, now where is your bank account? Where is your bank account? SBI. Do you have any shares in SBI? No. So technically you are not a member of SBI, but you can still take loan. You can still do FD. You can still do RD. With Nidhi company, that is not possible. If you are a shareholder, you can do FD, you can take loan. If you are not a shareholder, you will not get any of those benefits. That means what? It is only for the members. Outsiders are not allowed. Same way, say for example, you need to go to the company, there will be a meeting, they have to do a share issue. If at all the company's shareholders agree for it, then you can subscribe and then you can become a member, and then yes, you can do FD and all of that. Yes, in a way, yes. But the only thing is the regulating authorities are different. So Nidhi companies get regulated under Companies Act. If you take credit cooperative societies, they work almost on a similar grounds. But the regulators are different. Credit cooperative societies comes under your Cooperative Societies Act. This come under Companies Act. Always remember, in India you can do business in many ways. Now if I want to do a business, I can do it under sole proprietorship, where no act is there. I can do under Indian partnership. I can do under LLP. I can do under Companies Act. In the same way, so one thing can be achieved in various ways. One is cooperative society, similar thing. Yes. So such type of companies are called as Nidhi companies. Clear? I hope you guys understood. Yes. Done. Nidhi companies. I believe we have covered good enough companies. Dormant will do. Dormant we will do. We have a chapter. We'll do the dormant company definition there. Yeah. Because by the time we go to the dormant company, you guys will forget. One second. Huh?
Services of MBA, you told about e-education and e-consultation.
Huh.
In that one more point,
We'll do. One second. Okay. The last topic in this particular chapter, see here. The last topic is called as people e-forms. Yesterday I have already told you, whenever you want to do anything in Companies Act, for everything people, there is something called as a form. And we call that only as people e-form, because today we are filing those forms electronically. That's why we call it as e-form. Yeah, e-form because people, we are filing those forms electronically with MCA. Concentrate. Yeah. So earlier these used to be physical forms. They do not exist in physical mode any longer. They are all now in electronic form, and everything is done digitally. There is no physical intervention at all. Yeah. Now, what happens whenever we are doing e-forms? We need to understand two scenarios here. What is that? Now, first of all, why are we learning all of this? One, yes, of course, you all have to pass. That's the primary reason. The secondary reason, why is it even important as a professional? Why should we even know all of this? What is the need? Remember, end of the day, we are learning all these forms. As I told you also, by the end of the day, you will be learning at least 50, 80 forms. Now, why do we need to know? Whenever, we already saw one thing, whenever you appoint a nominee, you will file form INC 4. We saw that one particular thing. We saw one more form also today. Tata Motors, annual return, something called as MGT 7. We saw some form. Now, what are all these forms? Remember, because you are a company, all your details will go and sit in the public domain. Whether you want it, you don't want it, you don't have an option at all. So being a company, if there is any, I would say defect or any backdrop, the defect is people, you do not have privacy. Anything you guys do, it is mandate that you have to upload it in the public domain. That means you have to either take approval or you just have to intimate to ROC. Intimation or approval, but something has to be given to the registrar. Without that, you cannot function as a company. So privacy becomes zero. The transparency and accountability will be maximum. For everything, imagine you change the name of the company, there is a form. You change your address, there is a form. So everything there is a form. You add a director, you delete a director. For everything there are forms. Yes, Sam. So for everything there will be a form. Whose phone? Who's the? We'll come back. Yes, Sam. So for everything, people, there will be forms. Now, the question is, why are we studying all of that? Remember, there was a scenario. I am telling you, every day there are 400, 500 companies getting incorporated in one city. Now imagine how many business transactions are happening across all these companies. We are all filing it with the same registrar. The question is it manually possible for the registrar to even check whatever is the information we are filing? Is it even possible to check? Now I am telling you have to file your balance sheet and P&L account. Is a registrar checking that? Now imagine whenever you shift your registered office, you are in one place, you go to another place. You have to intimate this to ROC. Sir, I was here, now I am here. Now will ROC come and check that whether are you actually there? Now when you are starting your company, you will give your ID proofs, Aadhaar and all you will give. Who knows whether it is genuine or not? It can be even fake IDs, right? Now, do you really think ROC has so much of time to check all these things? That's why remember people, in some cases, what did they do? They introduced a concept called as people pre-certification. Now, what do I mean by the word pre-certification? Whenever I have to file some forms with ROC, that form ROC will take it only if it is signed by a professional. So, for example, I was telling you about MGT7. ROC will not take this form. He will not accept it at all if it is not signed by a company secretary. Now INC 22, ROC will not take it if it is not signed by a professional. Professional, it can be CA, it can be CS, it can be CMA. In some cases, even advocate also can sign. Now, what do I mean by pre-certification? We are telling ROC, sir, we are trying to reduce your load. You have so much of workload on you, we are trying to reduce that. We have checked the form. Annual return, I am telling you, I am certifying that this form is right. And this is the proposal the respective institutes went and did it with MCA. ICSI said, we will check all these documents. If our professionals are checking, you as government need not check them further. The same was done by ICAI, the same was done by cost accountants, and hence, if any of the professionals, if they are signing, those documents will not even be checked by ROC. It will be directly accepted. Such things are also called as straight through processing. It will not even be checked. Which forms? Whichever is checked by the professionals. Sir, what do I mean by checked? The formal language you write it is called as people pre-certification. What do I mean by pre-certification? Before you file it with the registrar, it will be first certified by a professional. That's why the name called pre-certify. Understanding? All of you? So why do we do this? The major responsibility was to reduce the workload of the registrar and increase the accountability. We can go in detail. So if it's something with regards to financials, the CA will go in detail. Something with regards to cost, the cost accountant will go in detail. Something with regards to the law, the CS will go in detail. So we are able to go in detail with regards to the specific aspects, which a registrar may or may not do. And this concept is called as what people? Pre-certification. Any doubts? Now, sir, we have a doubt. What if even the professionals also do fraud? Won't they do? They may do. So, you are saying the ROC will never check. Remember, today they will not check. That doesn't mean they will never check forever. Today's date, randomly, even the old files, once in a while will be picked up and randomly audited, even by ROC. It will be randomly checked. And that process only, one thing which we have not done, that is only called as people e-scrutiny. Yes, sir. So here, when we did MCA version 3, we did two things yesterday. If you remember, e-adjudication, e-consultation. E-scrutiny we had not yet done. Now understood what do I mean by e-scrutiny? Whichever are the forms which were taken by the registrar, straight through process, that means without checking I had taken it. That can be checked even in the future date. That process is called as e-scrutiny. Understood? Yes? And that is only called as people e-forms. Whatever we saw in MCA website. And the next concept is called as pre-certification. Why do we do this? Correct? And documents will be taken online without understood? Sir, what if we do any fault? What happens, sir? If we do any fraud, if at all we do any fraud, remember there are two sections. The two sections are called 447 and 448. As of now, it is not required. When time comes, I'll tell you what is that. But 447, 448 is nothing but if anyone intentionally certifies something wrong, intentionally if you certify something wrong, and that will amount to something called as fraud. If it is fraud, you are liable under section 447, 448. In that, what is given? Nothing but it is given you can also be imprisoned. It can be 6 months, it can be 3 years, it can go up to maximum 10 years also for wrong certifications. That is what is given in section 447, 448. As of now, let us not do that, but when it comes, I'll tell you. Clear all of you? Yes? So this is your necessity of pre-certification. They may ask this as an independent topic. Remember and go, exam point of view. Remember these three things. One is, why did we introduce that? To reduce the workload of ROC. Second thing, we are also increasing the speed. If ROC only has to check and accept everything, it will take years. So we have tried to increase the speed, and that's why any form checked by the professional or whichever form is pre-certified, that will not be further checked. It will be directly taken online by the registrar. And third one, any wrong certification, it will always invite something called as fraud. Section 447, 448 applies. Remember these three things. Clear all of you? Hello? There are these two forms. Remember these two forms, GNL1 and GNL2. What is this GNL1 and GNL2? I told you, remember, for every activity, there is a form. Any activity, there is a form. For example, annual return, MGT7, balance sheet and P&L account, AOC4. Everything, a nominee, INC4. For everything, there is a different form. But sir, what if no form is prescribed? For everything you said there is a form, yes. But of course, there can be a scenario. For something, there might not be a form. When there is no form, in such case, you will use a form that is only called as GNL1 or GNL2. GNL stands for general. When there is no form prescribed under the Act for any particular activity, in such case, you will use a form GNL1 or GNL2. Hello? Is this clear? Hello? Yes? Nothing will sing. This I'll tell you a little later. For now, keep it on hold. Mode of payment, there is nothing you can pay. I told you, right, for every form there will be fees. It can be paid anyways. It can be paid by card, internet banking, all of that. Not so important from exam point of view.
By cash.
Cash, no. Anything, net banking, credit card, debit card, UPI, that is also allowed off late. Scanning is allowed. Huh? Online only. They off, don't off. They are turning on swing. Okay, see the last topic, the prerequisites for e-filing on MCA 21. Consonant, last one. So if at all anyone has to file, any forms on MCA website, then what are the prerequisites required? 99% they will not ask. All these are outdated topics, huh? But just it is there, so just learn it. What is that? So if at all you want to file any forms today, what is the minimum requirement you need to have? First thing, you need to mandatorily have a digital signature. Digital signature are of various class, that is we call it as class 1, class 2, class 3. We do not need which is which class, but what is accepted on MCA is these two classes, class 2 or class 3. Class 1 we generally use it in the government tenders and all of that. That will not be accepted here. It should be either class 2, class 3. Sir, what is the difference between each class? Fees. Class 3 little cheaper, class 2 little expensive, class 1 very expensive, can go up to 25,000 also. And what is the benefits? With class 3 you cannot participate in government tenders and all. That's the difference. Expiry period also, little you will get benefit there. But more or less it will be around 2 years only. Each digital signature will be valid for a period of 2 years. Earlier it was not there. Why did they bring in 2 years? Because people used to still carry on the business. Let us imagine there is a person who passed away. They still continued the business with the same name. So tomorrow if something happens, whom will you arrest? The person who passed away. That's why they had to bring in a forced stop. Your signature will be valid for 2 years. After that you have to mandatorily renew it. That's why they brought in all these processes. So for renewal, KYC verification and all will happen. You have to go in front of a camera, you have to speak. So today's date it is not possible. Once a person dies, you cannot carry forward. So they are trying to cover every scenario. But yes, so you need to have all of that. And what else is required? Again say, you need a computer or laptop, OS, you need a latest browser, Adobe, because why people? All the documents filed in MCA should be PDF. So they open only in Adobe. Next one is scanner. Why? Physical it's no longer there. Everything is electronic mode. So you can imagine I'm still talking about scanners. I'm not sure even if you guys have seen a scanner. Everything is phone only for you. Yeah, Java runtime, updated version. So technically these are the technicalities that you need to file a form electronically. Clear? Yes. So I believe that is what is there in the chapter 1. That is what we'll be doing in 3rd chapter. Section 8 company will do. Probably when we are doing we can do it in chapter 3. There is a topic there. Or we can also do it in topic chapter 2 also. Or we'll do at least on the face of it. Okay, I will do it here only. Nadeem, come down. Rara. Huh? We'll do that. I'll tell you what is about the roles and responsibilities. Nadeem. Who rang your phone? If, nothing happened, it seems. Yes, Nadeem, start now. You want to sing here, Nadeem? Huh? Come down, Nadeem. You want to sing here? Come. Come down, Nadeem. You want mic also?
No, sir.
Start.
People will get fear, sir. What I need to fix.
Hey, start. Why do you guys do this?
Sir, everyone are laughing, sir, by seeing me.
After you sing, if they laugh, then we'll catch hold of them. No, you start.
Is it necessary, ma'am? Same song, sir.
Anything, huh?
They told you, don't you ever turn around yet. Don't want to.
No, any song is okay.
Sir, that same song, sir.
No, any song is okay.
Any song, sir.
Ah.
Johnny, Johnny, yes, Papa. Okay. I'm singing that, sir.
Punishment, right? Means
Correct. Rhymes means two songs.
Oh, no, sir. Vande Mataram, okay, sir. National song.
Sing one song, da. Yannara. Ah.
నేను నువ్వంటూ వేరే ఉన్నా నాకి వేళ నీలో నేనున్నట్టుగా అనిపిస్తూ ఉందే వింతగా నా కోసం నేనే వెతికేంతగా ఓకేనా సార్ తెలుగు
Mohammed will also sing after this topic. Okay, we'll write off Section 8 company, we didn't write, no? Write off something about Section 8 company. So there is one topic called as roles and responsibilities in your book. Will not be doing it now because there you speak about independent or director, auditor and all of that. We will not be doing it now. We'll be doing it under respective chapters. Yeah, because now independent director definition itself we will take around 1.5 to 2 hours for that one definition. So it will take time. Yeah, so now when the topic comes we'll do it. Clear? Okay, write down Section 8 company. It is a company formed for the object of education, charity, sports, research, etc. Any purpose. It is a company which is formed for the object of education, charity, sports, research, etc. It need not use the words formed for the object of education, charity, sports, research, etc. It need not use the words limited or private limited in its name. It prohibits distribution of dividends to its members. It prohibits distribution of dividend to its members. It works under a license issued by central government, which can be revoked in case of non-compliances, upon revocation of license, CG may pass an order for conversion of company to other form of business or winding up. Upon winding up order being passed, upon winding up order being passed, upon the winding up order being passed, the liabilities will be repaid and excess money may be transferred to any company, close of the window, any company having similar objects, or transfer to insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Insolvency and bankruptcy fund. Upon winding up of order being passed, the liabilities will be repaid and excess money may be transferred to any company having similar objects or transferred to insolvency and bankruptcy fund, or amalgamate with any other company having similar objects. Okay. Done na? So what do you mean by Section 8 company, sir? Section 8 company is nothing but people. It's a company formed for the purpose of education, charity, sports, research. In general, what do I mean by Section 8 company? Whenever people, there are two types of organizations under Companies Act. One is a company which is formed specifically for the purpose of earning profits. I make profits, I distribute it to the shareholders as dividends. That's my whole purpose. The second type of company, we do not want to enjoy the profits. We will do the business. Whatever the money comes, we will put it back into the business only. The shareholders do not have even 1 rupee right on that particular assets. Such type of companies are called as what people? Section 8 companies. Section 8 companies can also be referred as non-profit organizations or not-for-profit organizations. So why do you start it for? One can be charity, one can be education, do free schools, orphanages, do it, research and development. That also people will do. So here there is, the objective is not to earn profits. The objective is to do a business. Whatever is the money you earn in the process, put it back into the business itself. That means, let us imagine if I am running a school, I cannot take that money and I cannot distribute it to the owners as dividends. How much ever the profits you have made, it has to be put back into the business itself. That means what? Towards the infrastructure, towards the development of the students. That's why if you see any of your colleges or schools, either they will be expanding to new cities or one or the other building they will be constantly constructing. The reason is they have to put it back into the business. They cannot do anything else with that funds. Such type of companies are called as people Section 8 companies. Why did they get the name Section 8 company? Because they come under Section 8 of Companies Act. That's why popularly they got the name as Section 8 companies. There is no other logic. This type of companies are governed under Section 8 of Companies Act. So that's why popularly they started calling it as Section 8 companies, and that's what the name came from. So Section 8 companies in short can also be called as non-profit organizations. Remember, they are prohibited from distributing dividend. Whatever is the profits, you have to put it back into the business only. You cannot take it back to your home as dividends. Even let us imagine, I do business. On the last day, we wind up. So some extra money is there. That can I take? You can't touch at all. Even after you wind up, that money, whatever is remaining, it has to be given to some other Section 8 company. Imagine some other charity, some other education, give it to them. If no one is there, give it to central government. They have created one fund specifically for you. That fund is called as Insolvency and Bankruptcy Fund. So if no company similar to that is there, transfer it off to this fund. So remember, to work as a Section 8 company, you need a special license which is given by central government. Everything, because Companies Act itself is central, so everything comes under central only. So CG gives you this license. Now remember, CG, when it has a power to give, it also has a power to take back. Whenever you do any non-compliance, any fraud, if you do not follow the instructions properly, whatever is the license given to you, that license will be taken back. So once I take back, what can I tell? I can tell you to convert your type of business. Today you are a Section 8 company, I can tell you to convert into a for-profit business instead of non-profit. Become a public company, become a private company and do business ethically. I can tell you to convert, or I can tell you to wind up. Sir, after I wind up, what will happen to the money? First, repay all your liabilities, whatever is remaining. That will be either transferred to some other Section 8 company having similar objects, some other company we will transfer, or if no other company is there, we will transfer it to Insolvency and Bankruptcy Fund. Or I can even tell, anyways you are not able to do it, you go merge with some other company, at least they will take this particular objective forward. Any of these things can be done. Such type of companies are called as Section 8 companies. Remember, Section 8 companies need not have to use the words limited or private limited in its names. That's why Section 8 companies will have the words foundation, federation, association, chamber. That is the words that will be there in the Section 8 companies. The best example I gave you is Reliance Foundation. I didn't tell you Reliance Foundation Limited, Private Limited. It's just Reliance Foundation. Understanding? Yes? So these are the examples. Yes? Reliance Foundation, unlisted company. The name is just Reliance Foundation. Look at the company's category. What type of company? Yes. And if you remember here, when we saw for the other company, we had authorized capital, paid up capital. You remember? For Videocon, there was authorized capital, paid up capital here. Where is authorized capital, paid up capital here? Company limited by guarantee. It will work for it. Not needed. Yes. So that is about this company. We can know more also. But yes. These are the directors. Isha Ambani, Anant Ambani, Neeta Ambani, Akash Ambani, whole family, they only run it. Yeah. So as the case may be. Kiera. Fair enough. So that is your Section 8 company. Yes. So the roles and responsibilities we have about directors, auditors and all of that. We will be doing that as and when the topics come. And there is one more thing called as doctrines. We'll be doing the doctrines when we see in the chapter 3. Yes. And when you get my book also, there is something called as reading methodology that will be there. That is just extra information. That is how to read or interpret certain words. Just try to go through. That is not there in our syllabus. There will be something called as reading methodology of Companies Act. That is not there in our syllabus. It just tells you how to read certain words. So if whenever you find time, just go through. It is not there in syllabus. Clear? Yes. So that's your chapter 1.
That history committees and all they not be asking, right?
Not rest. They were asking. Now it's been 14 years since the Companies Act is made. So the history becomes a little irrelevant. So know a little and go, as I said, J. Rani committee, know those aspects and go. More in detail, not needed. Yes, Sam, you guys want, you can take a 10 minutes break. You can come back after 10 minutes break. After break, Mohammed, prepare and come down. What? Hello. Mohammed, after coming directly, come off here. So let us meet at
Can you please briefly explain the government company and foreign company?
Government companies, when 51% of shares is held by government. If I and you hold, it will be a normal company. Government holds, it becomes government company. Foreign company, incorporated outside India, but you are doing some business activity in India, we will call you as a foreign company. But you are not directly registered as per Indian law. You are registered as per foreign law, in foreign country. But you have some business operations in India. We will call you as foreign company. Generally, why? Because there are some sections in Companies Act, only some sections that is applicable to a foreign company. The whole act is not applicable. Somewhere around say 13 to 15 sections are applicable to you.
And what are the examples of government companies?
ONGC, GAIL, BSNL,
Is
Oil
the
and
company-
Natural Gas Corporation, your GAIL, your BSNL, all these are government.
An example of foreign companies are Amazon.
Citibank, Wells Fargo.
That much only we need to remember in this, right? Definition.
Definition, no? That is sufficient.
Thank you.
ಹೆಂಗ್ ಓದ್ಬೇಕಾ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದೇನೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡೋಣ
ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾವು 2-3 ಜನನು ಕೇಳೋದು ಟಿ ಐ ವಿಶ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಕಮ್ ಬಟ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ವೇ ಟು ಶಾರ್ಟ್.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಪಕ್ಕದ
10 minutes.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಎಲ್ಲಿ
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ರೋಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಕ್
ಎಲ್ಲೋ 10 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರಕ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿ ಬಾ ಹೋಣ ನಾನೇ ಲೇಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ?
Without it, there's no car.
Okay, in the form you benefits వాళ్ళనే మనం
So actually for a tea, 15 minutes is sufficient. Then why are we in 25 minutes? Na?
For snacks.
Juice. The tea was full sugar only. Nothing else than sugar. Anaka. Back all of you. Come down, Mohammed. Mohammed. Today, 2 lines. Tomorrow, at least 6 lines. Plus 6 or 10 lines. Full song. Let us be little greedy. What is that? రే విక్కీ నీ ఫోన్ రింగ్ అయినప్పుడు ఉంటుందిరా నీకుంటుందిరా నీ ఫోన్ రింగ్ కానీ ఎస్ someone called me, no one called me. Okay, Takatak will finish off chapter 2.
We have class on? Ayyo, 100%. This is my 8th Independence Day in Arivu without independence. Yeah? Morning class. That yes, we'll figure out. We'll see. People, one thing, I'm not sure. I'm just telling you. I just heard it. Until you get a official confirmation, don't take anything for granted. Thursday, there is a Bangalore Bandh. I'm not sure. Don't jump. We have taken, even on Bandh also, we have taken classes. So, if at all it goes beyond our hands, then maybe Thursday, but wait for your confirmation given in your group. You want holiday on? Saturday, what is there on Saturday? Macha, come, you and me both will sing that, whatever is the songs regarding national anthem. Very sad for him. On independence, he's losing his independence. ಕೈ ಕೊಟ್ರು ಕಣ ನಾನು ಏನೋ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ನಿಂದೇ ಅಲ್ವೇನೋ ಫೋನು ಯಾರ ಫೋನ್ ಅವ್ರದೇ ಅಲ್ವೇನೋ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಲೆಸನ್ ಲರ್ನ್ ಬಟ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದ ಸಾಂಗ್ Hey, do one thing, da. You keep that can here only, da. He comes, he lifts the can. He comes, he lifts the can. Ennada can story. You and your can. Take that can, da. The 20 liters, you keep it in bag. It doesn't fit, da. Okay, see here, people. Okay, we will back all of you. Concentrate. Yes, focus. People, one thing. when classes are going on, try to have 100% focus. Yeah, see, one and here and there, that small distraction is okay, but don't take it beyond a certain point. Yes, never let me personally come and tell you you're disturbing the class. That is one thing, please don't do. Let us be on good note from day one to last day. Yeah, so that's okay. End of the day, whatever is you want to have, that 1 word, 2 word talk, everything is fine. But do not please disturb the decorum of the class. That is one thing. Clear? Second thing, remember, no matter what, class is a class. You might know a particular topic, but still try to focus, try to listen. Yes, that is point one. Point two, what is that? At times it so happens that you will start feeling lost. All that happens. Try to concentrate to your best of your abilities. This is when you need to prove, right? At least for yourself. Mind will keep telling you it's okay. Start distracting. Can you control your mind? Is in your hands. And remember, you guys may think I'll leave it here. It's okay. Even if I'm not understanding, I'll go home and manage. Fair enough. But remember, the 5 hours in class takes 15 hours at your home. The same 5 hours of content, if you guys want to watch at home, it will definitely take you minimum 15 hours. You can't watch it within 5 hours. So, your 5 hours of evening is gone, and 2 hours coming, going, the travel time is gone, plus another 15 hours you need to invest. So, don't end up in that particular thing. Yes? And just to remind you, how many of you went home and opened the book yesterday? Yes. So some of you were not able to. This is still first day. And simply you are feeling that we are still in chapter 1. We are already done with 60% of chapter 2. In another 2 hours, we'll be done with chapter 2. So by the time you guys realize, we'll be moving forward. So please don't delay. It's my responsibility to remind you, and I've reminded. Why? This is for guilt. I shouldn't have, no? Yes? Okay, done. These are all formalities. Correct, no? Okay. Okay, we'll start. With regards to preparation, see, one thing I can tell you. Okay, now see here, few of you have this doubt of how to approach the subject. First of all, how to approach the CS course. What do we do? How does this entire thing work? Try to remember, people. I'll give you some points. This may help you to imagine in the last attempts you were not able to clear. It may help you to come back. That is also possible. Second thing, it will give you some clarity if at all you are feeling lost. So first thing, sir, always have a clear thought whether is it going to be 2 groups or a single group. Now when should I have this clarity? Always remember to take up the groups, your age, your circumstance should not force you to take up 2 groups. This equation would never work. Sir, I don't have a choice. I am in a hurry. I have to clear no matter what. And because of that, I am taking 2 groups, will never fetch you result. The chances are more that you will end up losing both also at times. Because you will neither prepare the first group properly, neither will you be able to prepare the second group properly. So always remember the right approach. I am not discouraging you to take both. You have to take both. But you are the master of your mind. You will know you better than me. So because I tell you to write one, don't write one. Or if I tell you to write 2, don't write 2. But I'll tell you few things that is required for you to write both the groups. See if that is there within you. Point 1. Now if you are going to classes or if you are a self-study student, whoever you are, you need at least 3 months gap from the day you finish your classes or preparation. The first time you will be done, no? Whether your classes are done or your first time preparation is done, you need at least 3 months time to give your attempt. Why I am saying is, what is the total number of subjects you have? Now you think at least you need 15 days to revise each subject once the classes are done. I am telling you, you revising as a chitti robo. Still you would need 3 months. Now you think, if at all you guys are finishing the classes in the month of October or November and you are telling I'll write both the groups in the month of December, it will not work. You will do. That means what? You want to show something to the world. But whether it is ready, answer is no. The chances are very less. This is much needed. 3 months preparation. You check. So remember, sir, because my age is going on, I want to write both. Remember, compulsions will not fetch you result. Preparations will fetch you result. That's where I always say, both the groups should be an organic effort. You should tell, your mind will tell I am ready. That is when both groups will work. Not when you want it to work. Point 1. Point 2. Always remember, this is very, very important. Just going and reading. How many preparations do I need? I say for a strong and a pakka attempt, at least 4 revisions are a must. No sir, 4 is not working. At least go near 3. Non-negotiable. Sir, should I read everything? Should I know everything? You should be a jack of all. Meaning, I'm not telling you to be a master of everything, but you need to know everything that is there in the book, at least 2 lines. So when they ask you something, the first 2 lines should not be your own literature. It should be something relevant to the content, at least the 2 lines. If you're not master of all also is okay, but you need to know something about everything that is there in the book. That means what? Open your eyes and always be prepared. There is no chapters that you can leave. Day 1 I'm telling you, not even 1 chapter you should leave. For a confident attempt, the moment you leave 1 chapter, people, your mind will do the rest of the things for you. Your mind will tell, what if they ask the question from that chapter only? Confidence will go away. Hello? So you need to know everything. This part is clear. And the biggest mistake all the CS students are doing today, I am saying 60 to 70% students are doing. They do not take up enough tests before you go for your final exam. People, you imagine, this is your brain, you are storing data, 4 subjects or 3 subjects or 7 subjects or as the case may be, you are just storing. Have you ever tried whether that storage gives you the result as and when required? That means I've taught you private company definition. Just casually sit. You don't want anyone. Whenever you go back, whether you're traveling, when you're sleeping, just randomly try to recall whether you're able to recall all the words of private company. If you are able to, your mind is working, your mind is aligned, you're ready for the exams. You're not able to, then people remember, this is a human error. You have tested your brain with 3 revisions. Brain is perfectly working for storage. There is one more function for the brain called as retrieval. Retrieval means, is your brain giving you the details when you need it? If it is not, what's the use? Who cares how many times you read? Now the main question, have you tested this before you go for an exam? You won't. 90% of them, they directly go and sit in the exam hall. Now macha, come. Where will it come? Hello? Then what is the way? Remember, make yourself acclimatized. You should be used to writing habit. At least write 2 questions every day from today. whichever subject, JIGL, CMSL, ECIPL, company law, setting up, labor law, anything, at least write 2 questions in a day from today. That will give you reality check. Hello? And remember, before going for the exams, take up the past papers. At least take up 5 to 6 past papers. See, you will read first time, right? Your first time revision is done. You take up once 100% is done. My class will be done, right? Take up the past papers. See the past 6 question papers. You will get the data. Analyze. That means what? You will get to know there are some crazily important topics. Never skip them. You need to know those topics word by word. You will know some topics has been asked 3 to 4 times in the past 6 attempts. That you can't take. Even one letter should not be of your own. Are you getting it? None of them, I'm telling you, very unfortunate. They don't write tests. Sir, what do I mean by tests? There will be something called as mock tests. Arivu does it. Lot of people does it. Sir, no sir, I don't want to waste money. Okay, you only take up a random question paper. Set up a time in front of you. Turn on a time. See if you're able to complete 3 hours papers. People, trust me, I'm telling you today, I'm not scaring you. Completing 100 marks will be an impossible task. There is a difference. I'm not using the word difficult. Going near 100 will seem like impossible. Anyone who has already given an attempt, if you don't mind? Okay, you tell me how many marks you were able to appear, how many marks you wrote for. Tell me how many of you exceeded 90 quality answers. We can't touch it. By the time 80 it will be 2 or 45 minutes or you will be in the last 5 minutes left. I'm telling 80. 100. Miracle has to happen. Why? Average time you can take for a 5-mark question is 7 to 8 minutes. And I'm telling you, to read a question, we will take 5 minutes. So the retrieval function should work crazily good for you. Now I'm telling you, see there is difference. I can tell you people, okay, company law is done, go, you'll all pass. Doesn't work. Reality check. So then how should I prepare? Now when the topic is done, remember for every topic there will be something called as keywords. You have to remember the keywords. If you do not get the keywords, you will not get the marks. Now what do I mean by the keyword? Now if you are doing private company definition, the keywords are: first thing, restriction on transferability, limits, number of members, joint shareholders, past employees, prohibits. In between you do fill in the blanks. I said some 9 words. Your mind should be able to recall this for you for entire company law. I ask you in your sleep, what do you mean by government company? The words has to come. Not the entire sentence. The words has to come. Hello? Are you getting it? So the right way to prepare is this. Now today topic is done. You read the entire topics. Done. Go and take up questions. We will also do it now. Now after the probably topic, we'll start taking it up. Every topic is done. We'll be discussing at least 15 questions per chapter. We'll discuss in the class. Hello? So you start doing these things. Remember, before going for exam, you guys have to take a 100-mark test. Mandatory. If possible, for you guys, don't worry. ArivuPro only conducts the mock test series, which will be there before your exam. In the month of November, it will be there. Please don't give reasons. Come and write. It will be free. Free only, Noda. I think you need to pay. If you appear for all the papers, I think they will refund. Use that. Question paper of a quality thing will be set. An actual exam scenario will be conducted. Now imagine the fear of you going and sitting in the exam hall. You face that before only. You will get used to the scenario. That is very, very important. Versus what do? We go and we try to experience all those that on the final day. It's a mixture of emotions. One answer you don't get. Your mind will erase the entire data. And that is natural, right? Yes or no? Always go with combinations. That means what? Whenever you have a theory paper, try to do one practical paper along with it. When you are reading, helps you a lot. You need to have at least one paper which gives you the trump card, not that trump. There should be 60 marks. If this is not there, aggregate will become a challenge. Now, why am I telling all of this? When you are answering, keep these things in mind. How much you have attended, which paper went bad. There can be a paper where I may get 41. Your other paper should do good for you. This has to be a reality check. I have to perform better versus a person who thinks this subject I did not do good and I'll give it up. I'll not go to the next paper at all. Remember, very, very important, never give up. People, today only be prepared. Your first paper may go for a toss. It might not go in your favor. Now that is when your human abilities have to come into picture. Can you still go back to the exam hall for the next 3 days with the same motivation, with the same enthusiasm? Never give up. I always tell to the students, remember, it is not done until it is done. First paper does not decide your result. I think I don't know if I have said it in your class or not. My story is the best example for that. My company law CS executive marks was exactly 41. And on the day I wrote, I felt I am anyways not able to make it. So I will not go to the next paper. Somehow I felt, no, I have given so many days. I have spent some 4-5 months on it. Why should I give up on the last day? So I came and told in home I'll not go the next day. But somehow I felt, I've been sleepless for 4-5 months. Why should I give up on the last day? And then I went and wrote. The paper which I thought I'll not pass, it gave me 41. And I had passed. And other papers gave me the aggregate required. That's when I realized it is not done until it is completely done. You have your chances, and remember, when paper is difficult is when you have to spend more time. If it is difficult for you, it is difficult for entire country. You should not spend 3 hours when it is easy. Spend 3 quality hours when it is difficult. Because if it is difficult for you, the competition is eliminated inside the class only. You will see people walking out right in front of you. Sit, have patience, write something, take some time, write it. Getting the point? So these things, try to do it from day one. Don't realize it on the last day. Getting it? Hello, all of you. Yes, so try to do these things. I think it can make some difference in your life. So with regards to both the groups, that is what I tell you. Especially few people, you have your results around. Based on this, take a call. If you're already prepared, if your one group is done, you missed with minor marks. Anyways, now you're preparing for second group. I mean, vice versa. Or if you're prepared for group 1 or group 2 or group 2 or group 1, as the case may be. If your one group preparation is done, then sit on other group. If you're still writing, or if you're starting from the scratch, if it's starting from the scratch, I don't remember anything, or I remember something in the other group and I'm doing another group now, it will be a very difficult equation to appear for both. Yes, remember, two unhappy groups going for an exam versus one confident group going for the exam. I'll always prefer one confident group. Two not so confident groups, you want to take a chance versus take one, clear one, then go. Or if you want to do it, be prepared from day one for both the groups. That will also work. Yes? Hello, all of you? Yes. Attendance. Where is attendance, da? This one, da? You guys all have to be very what do you say, on your toes. You should feel like I should do some change. Be very pumped up. Versus just doing something, sir, will come, will pass, will go. What? Yeah, we should all, in CS professional, when I did my finals, I'm telling you, in CS executive, my marks of company law was 41. All of you marked, I think this went, I don't know what happened. Huh? All of you marked, again this came. Oh, the present and all will come here, huh? Arre. Abhinandan? Abhinandan. Huh. Huh? What? Kannada? You all mark the attendance? Okay. Ah? I'm not recorded. That is motivation, huh? No, that is exam planner. Motivation you wanted, you are all motivated, huh? You should motivate me. Sir, please come and take the class, like that you should motivate me. No? Okay. Take the class, sir. So people, you are done, huh? This PDF, huh? Ah, yeah, sufficient. Everything is covered. Nothing is. See, one thing that I would have done is, if something is important, you will be finding them as red. I would have reclassified. If wherever there is some questions, I would have put questions under the topic. Wherever there is some examples, I would have put some examples. That's the only thing. So that's the only thing I would have made a difference. See people, there is textbook. Textbook is good enough for your exams point of view. It will definitely cover all the topics. Have no worries in that. The second one is you're writing your handwritten notes. Now exam point of view, I told you keywords. For all of that, that will help you. So before exam, or let us imagine next subject starts, you want to quickly revise. You need to know what is the keywords. I can't read the whole textbook part. So for a quick revision, the handwritten notes, or from the day, tomorrow is the exam, today what should I study? That time, this handwritten notes will help you for that. Only handwritten notes, will it help for the exam? Definitely no. Hello. There was time. Yeah. See, I would have given you concepts. When I'm giving you questions, I will test your mind. Wantedly, some topics I would have reserved for the questions only. Because I want your mind to think in that way. It is easy for me to peel banana and give everything while teaching only. But that is not the way it works in the exam hall. You guys need to think in those terms. So when we are doing questions, we'll take it up. Yeah. Probably tomorrow, the first part will take up the questions. Yes. And people from tomorrow, can we come a little earlier? Da?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
He wants to see.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you why. With regards to the content part, I'll not be doing anything with regards to the content part. Content part will be doing at 4:15 only. That no negotiation, no changes. But I am thinking to record some say revisional videos. Generally, I'll be doing without students. Now, for example, your first chapter is done. I'll be generally taking time. Say, for example, some 30 minutes, 35 minutes. I'll be doing an in-depth revision. If you guys want, I can do it with you, or I can do it, upload it, you guys can watch. It is your choice. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you want, you can come early, you can attend it. Probably some 20-25 minutes early, something like that.
Around 3:30.
Not even 3:30, 3:45 should be good enough. Yeah. So, I mean, as I said, no content will be taught in this particular half an hour. It will be revision only. Yeah. So, if at all college going people and all, please don't take it, and I'm not doing it for the content. So don't worry about that. Yes. And why I'm telling that is, see, we'll have shortage of time, and I don't want to unnecessarily fit in everything. And just because I want to revise, I don't want to revise anything on the face of it. When I'm revising, I'll be doing every word, every letter, I'll be covering everything. Yeah. Or if you think that half an hour again we'll have to sit and all, I would say it's okay. You come at 4:15. I'll be recording. It will be anyways made available to you, as you guys get no recordings. That you will anyways get it. That is also okay for me. Yeah. Okay. Said and done. Let us start your next chapter, people. Chapter 2, legal status and types of. Just to say, we are done. Yes, huh? So we are only going to discuss these two. That is only called as legal status. So in this chapter, people, we are going to see introduction about something called as company, characteristics of company. This is nothing but if you guys have come through CS CET route, cut, copy, paste. This entire, that first part. Yeah. If not also, this is something which you guys would generally know. What are the basic characteristics of a company? You tell me now, what do you guys know about a company? What are and all are the features, nature, characteristics of a company? What? Separate legal entity. Can you say what do you mean by separate legal entity? What do you mean by separate legal entity?
Members in the company are different.
Members are different. Company is different. What do you mean by members are different? Company is different.
Company is separate.
Company is a separate person. It's an artificial person. So remember, from the day the company gets registered, the company enjoys the feature called as being identified as a separate person. Once the company is identified, the company is separate and the members are separate. For example, there is this TV. It's the property of Arivu, correct? Now, who is the founder of Arivu? Arjun Varadarajan, correct? Huh? Yes, sir. So, founder of Arivu. Now, Arjun, sir, let us imagine he wants to watch some good movie. He wants to take this TV home and watch some movie. It is his company. He is the founder. Can he take this TV home and watch it? Can he use this asset? Why? His company only, no? The moment the company is registered, it is not your TV. You cannot assume it like that. It is your company, correct? But the company's assets are different. Your assets are different. You cannot club them and treat them as same. Once the company is registered, your assets are different. The company assets are different. Understanding all of you? So separate legal entity means we both are two different people. The best example I can tell you, Videocon Industries have taken a debt of over 80,000 crores. Who took it? Videocon took it. Now when it came to the day of repayment, who did not pay? Videocon did not pay. Did we ask the shareholders to pay? The shareholders said, we are so sorry, company is different, we are different, please go and ask the company to pay. We did not take the money. That's the beauty of separate legal entity. You will always be protected, provided you have done legal business. DTH or home appliances, TV, your SIM cards, all that. Yeah. So provided you have used that company for a legitimate purpose, not any illegitimate or fraudulent purpose, the law will always protect you. Clear? So one more example we have, separate person. What is that? Say for example, there was a company. The company was doing this agricultural business. So whatever is the money earned by the company, it's agricultural income. So is the tax there? So whatever is the money earned by the company, the entire money is tax free. Yes or no? Yes, one of the best business, but yes. So whatever is the money earned by the company, the entire money is tax free. Now what did the company do? The company earned good profits. The company distributed the profits as dividends to its shareholders. Now the shareholders received dividends from the company. So one of the shareholder, he did not pay tax on the dividends. The income tax officer filed a application. He, first sent a notice that you have received dividend, you need to pay tax on it. You can't deny it. Now what did he say? Hey, why will I pay tax? This is agricultural income. The shareholder denied paying tax on the dividends received from the company. Now you tell me, the shareholder and income tax officer is fighting whether should the shareholder pay tax on the dividends or not. He has to pay tax, but agricultural income? IT, they said, remember, it's a separate legal entity. The law said agricultural income is exempted from tax. So when the company earned the income from agriculture, in the company's hands, it is not taxable. But what you got as dividends, that is not agricultural income. That is excess profits, that is dividends. And you are not getting agricultural income here. The shareholder said, no, me and the company are same. He said, no. You are separate. Company is separate. In company's hands, it is not taxable. In your hands, it is taxable. Hello? Sir, these are only called as people case laws. Sir, now the question generally students will have, should we remember the case laws, sir? Is it required? Required, people? Unfortunately, people, yes, it is required. And in our book, there are so many case laws that wherever possible, how much ever is possible, we'll try to cover as much as possible. But I would want you also to see, because at times what happens, one topic will have 3 to 4 cases. Yeah, I will make sure to convey the topic to you at least by one case law. You please go to home, you put your effort to read the other 2 cases on your own. Try at least. Yes, because the entire book will have more than, I would say 200, 300 case laws. Can they ask from exam point of view? Yes, they can ask from exam point of view. That's what I'm saying. For the concept part, I will explain you a case law. But there can be 2, 3 case laws. One I will explain you. The other 2, you also try to put your effort. Clear? Hello? Understanding? Okay, see the case we saw is now this one. In Gopalpur Tea Company Limited versus Peshok Tea Company Limited. In this case is what I said, separate legal entity, agricultural income case. In this case they said the income in the hands of shareholders is taxable. Page number 2.5. Clear? Hello? Okay, that is your first character, separate legal entity. Can you tell me any other character of a company? So one you said, separate legal entity. Okay, and what other character? Perpetual succession. Okay, what do I mean by perpetual succession? Even if the member dies, there is a person called as LCB Gover. Before he went, he said one statement and he went. His name is called LCB Gover. Yeah. So what did he say? He said, people, members may come and go, but the company will go on forever and ever and ever. We asked, give us an example. The example was people, what is that? I can give you the best example is Tata. Who started? JRD Tata. And who, Ratan Tata came, and Ratan Tata also demised. There is still the company continuing. Dhirubhai Ambani started Reliance. Mukesh Ambani, Anil Ambani took it forward. There is again next generation, and that is what is called as people perpetual succession. The founders will die, the promoters will die, the shareholders will die, the company will continue. It's like a torch, you pass it on, it will go on to the next generation, the company will go on forever and ever unless they only want to end it. Sir, what happens if everyone dies? That's the question, huh? Entire family dies, sir. We were all, everyone, sir, that everyone dead. What happens?
Family is not the only shareholder. There are other people.
Everyone dies. That's how generally the students' doubts will be. I'm saying recorded video, sir, ABC. Let us imagine ABC only we're going to picnic. I'll say their family members will become shareholders. Sir, ABC along with their family members were going for picnic. I said at least one person will be left. Sir, illa everyone, even on Dicky also they kept everyone, they went. Now tell me what will happen. Legal representative. I'm telling you, you recorded how they'll ask. Sir, legal representative was also there in that TT. I'll say that TT does it have so many seats? Okay, sir, they went in bus. So generally what I'm trying to tell you is, what if the entire family dies? What will happen? The company will die. How will company run? The government will take it. Remember people, there is a doctrine called as doctrine of escheat. What do you mean by doctrine of escheat? When anyone dies without a will, without a share, without a legal representative. The government will step into the shoes of legal representative. They will become your legal representative. They will run the business. So whenever a person, every family, as generally students ask, if everyone dies, then the answer is this: the government will take it over. But still the business will continue. Hello? Understood? Yes, you would have seen in Section 8 company only, insolvency and bankruptcy fund. They took no, every place they will take, pakka they will take. Hello? Clear? Yes, okay, that is your perpetual succession. Okay, tell me what other characteristics? Company can be considered as a artificial person. That means what? They are also person. That means whatever is the rights you and me enjoy. That means I and you can enter into a contract. Company can also enter into a contract. If you do anything wrong, if I do anything wrong, you will sue me, or you can sue me, or I can sue you. If a company does wrong, we can sue the company, or company can sue us. Meaning they can file a case, we can file a case. I can own assets, company can own assets. I can have liabilities, company can have liabilities. So in the eyes of law, company is recognized as a distinctive person. Hello? One day what happened, people, whenever, let us imagine, now I don't have money, I become insolvent. Generally, you guys play carom board? Pauper game you have played? No? You have, yes or no? Generally, people would have played it. Pauper. The pauper word is derived from this act itself. What is pauper? Remember, whenever you become Civil Procedure Code, CPC, in this it was first determined that application is called as pauper application. So what do you mean by that? Imagine I become an insolvent, but someone has done some injustice to me. Now I want to go and file a case against that person in the court. There are some things which are mandatory as a person I have to pay. They are court fees, legal fees, noting, stamping charges, notary charges, affidavits, stamp papers. I have to pay all of this for me to be able to file an application in the court. But I am a pauper. I don't have money. I can still file an application according to this rule of CPC. There is a form that will be given to me that is only called as pauper application. In short, nothing but insolvent. I can go and tell to the legal authorities I am a pauper, and still the court will allow me to file a case. One day what happened? One company became bankrupt. Now the company wanted to file a case on the other party. Unfortunately, the company had no funds left with it. The company wanted to file an application under this rule, and they wanted to file the pauper application. The other party, technically the defendants, they objected. Your Honor, the pauper applications given there, it can be only filed by a person as given in CPC. There the person means only a natural person, sir. You can't allow the company to file a pauper application. Remember, in this case, what is the case? Union Bank of India versus Kadar International Construction. In this case, it was held that a company being a artificial person, the whatever is the rule, the CPC, they refer it that any person can file an application as pauper. Any person. The person can be natural as well as artificial. And they allowed the company to file a pauper application in this case law. Case law, Union Bank of India versus Kadar International Construction. Hello. Understanding? Sir, now one doubt is coming to us. Should we remember this case laws? Unfortunately, yes. I like the doubt. Sir, should we remember the names also? We should remember the names only. Yes, unfortunately, yes. Yeah, so if you guys are seeing suggested answers, in suggested answers, they will give you case laws. They will quote the names. You have to remember. But sir, I have one doubt, sir. Please give us some mercy, sir. Show us mercy. Okay. Don't remember this part. Array, it's at least good note, huh? Instead of I'm saving some MB of data from your brain. Okay, tell me what other characteristic of a company is there? What are characteristics? Limited liability. What do you mean by limited liability? You've already seen a company can be limited by share, guarantee, company. That means what people? 5,000 into 10 rupees, 50,000, my liability is done. So limited liability means what people? The shareholders will be liable only to the extent of the shares they have subscribed. Once I pay the complete face value, my liability comes to an end. Best example, Videocon. Okay, what other nature? It's feeling cold, huh? Yes, sir. Tomorrow when you guys come, no, there will be someone executives here. Ask them for a fan. I'll also ask if I forget, you just remind them. And this you turn off. It is in 26 and one level I have turned on the fan. One level. That. Okay. 27. See, people sitting there, they will not understand your pain. People sitting there, you will not understand their pain. Okay, I've kept 27. Should be good. Can you try sitting here? Frieza, can you try sitting there? Little this side? Because I think if that air is directly hitting your face, is it still coming near you? That's better. दुश्मन कहाँ है? पीछे है. Okay. Yes, people. Next one, people. Corporate personality, which we already saw. I can own the name, assets, debts, borrow money. I can own property. That is only called as corporate personality. Hello. Hello. Correct. Corporate personality. Hey, there is one case law, something called as Salomon versus Salomon and all. What do you mean by that? Okay, we'll do one thing. It's Salomon, you guys do, because it's an old case law which you guys would have studied. Lee versus Lee Air Farming Limited, you guys know? What is this Lee versus Lee Air Farming Limited? Pilot wife and pilot? You should tell more, da?
That person in the employment and the people would ask for like, compensation amount. Company would be like, no, it's not responsible. Like, no, company is not responsible. The court will held that no.
The
He is an individual person. So she is
eligible for the compensation. Okay, see, this Lee versus Lee, I'll explain you. Salomon versus Salomon, just try to go through. What happened in Lee versus Lee, people? There was a company. Yeah, this company was into something called as air farming. You see the date, that company happened in 1961. Lee Air Farming Limited is nothing but a company which integrates something like air farming, that means an aeroplane, that technology with agriculture. 1961. So one day what happened, one person started a company which will help the agriculture from the aerial view. So they use some aeroplanes and all that to help the agricultural part. This company had 99% of the shares. Who held it? Lee. The name of the company, Lee. The pilot, Lee. Director, Lee. Everything is Lee only. What I mean, other directors were also there. Bruce Lee, Allah. Yes, sir. So one day what happened when the pilot was going in the upstairs, I mean while they were flying, something happened and the flight crashed. So while he was working for the company, the person, Lee, passed away. So what did the wife do? Immediately, she filed a case. And of course, all the rituals and all were done. And then she filed a case and she filed a case for compensation. She said, my husband was an employee of this company. He was pilot. He was flying when he died. And hence, the company will have to pay compensation. Your labor loss is done. Workmen compensation, something that you would have come across. I believe so. I'm not sure. I don't know what is there in that labor law. So I think that is there. So I think Workmen Compensation Act is there. So let us imagine something like that. If at all an employee meets with an accident while he is working, he is entitled for compensation. So what did the widow do? The wife, she went and filed a case on the company saying that while my husband was working for your company, he passed away and hence you need to pay me compensation. The rest of the directors rejected the claim, saying that your husband is not an employee of the company. Your husband and the company were one and the same. If at all it was employee, for them, yes. Your husband itself, see the name itself is Lee. The company's name itself is Lee. 99% of the shares is with Lee. The director is him. The pilot is him. Then how can he become an employee? The court held, remember, once the company is incorporated, the company is different, and even though he is a shareholder, even though he is a director, even though he is a pilot, the company and him are two separate entities. You can't see them as one. And the court allowed for a compensation to be paid for the wife. That is what was held in this case law, Lee versus Lee's Air Farming Limited. Simple case law, yes. One more case law for separate legal entity or corporate personality case. Simple. Hello. I hope you understand. Okay.
Questions of what case law put to data, so it's just like you have to mention it while we are writing.
Okay. See, one thing, again a common doubt the students will have, whenever we are writing it, should we explain the entire case law? Not required. Now, when will I use the case law? Remember, the same story they will give from a different character's point of view. Meaning, instead of Lee versus Lee, they would give in your example, say for example, Mr. X, who is a shareholder, who is a director, who is a pilot. Now, what will you do? The case is so similar to a case law that is already there in your book. So, you will write the facts of the question are similar to a decided case law, Lee versus Lee's Air Farming Limited. That's all sufficient. And you need to write the conclusion that is there in the book. So you need to know who will win under what grounds. That means I'll be writing the question asked is similar to the facts given in the decided case, Lee versus Lee Air Farming Limited, in which it was decided under the doctrine of separate legal entity or corporate personality. Once the company is registered, the company and the person will be treated as two different people. So that is considered as your legal words. You need to write that. So one is case law and under what grounds. Separate legal entity is the ground. Yeah. I hope you guys are understanding. Okay. Done na? Done na? Capacity to sue, be sued, correct? I can file a case. Anyone can file a case on me as well. Correct? Transferability of shares. Okay, we need to do tomorrow. Separate properties done na? Once a company is registered, my property is different, your property is different. Okay, company is not a citizen at all. Probably tomorrow we'll do it. Probably people another 30-35 minutes will be done with chapter 2. So we'll do it tomorrow. Not today. On shock out. 30 minutes, sir, you will make us sit or what?